Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Tibaku for the cakes and
oh there be different people.
Cause on one a shop.
Oh there be different people.
That or more delivery. Hey, I said you.
Some of them my door for doors.
Ayo, yate.
Ana.
Yate.
Omo de dada me.
Ebiti ye. Ebisun ti ye.
Ebi shebo. Ye hu omo.
Sao. Ene omo asem. Ni omo asem. Omo asem.
Yanti omo nkanso.
Ayi mi ofa bi o se kraboni ani bra na ne chetu.
Itakula.
Over yama itakula to atop. Send the eje krebo si ayire de ko.
Itakula.
Asawro ni eje krebo si ayire de ko. Echaro betu atop.
Ade hon bakro.
David. Ai, we say yaw. Me hu Uncle Rex etrimi ina me ka. Ya da for say papa no oye aku parrot ana ode parrot no oko na damfo fie no so onya parrot no ho
Na damfo no so wo parrot.
ti ode ne bekọ ko na damfo no parrot aku na wagya na ama no mu mienu
Edi
adi
agro.
ti one na da ko yo na damfo didi nkomo wie ya
No ni akoni e bema.
ya ono na ko de ma e de ya oba
Okay.
ti o didi nkomo wie ya omba oba besna ko na chese ono na ko ibutu abo esu a chese titau oh papia fere ni ewu oh inti dia se na me do ba za we no je ofa na ko duru fi no de abufu so abo na pampam ha se nyi no tu nyina tugu ye che opane se no to no twe buo num cage ni na otu
Froko. Next time when we do ko baby akudi se hunu.
na ja abo ehim na papa no so wana danfo bi a na pampam nyina apa
Grebu.
ti ono ba oso oba besra na danfo no akono wura no be ma no
Yeah.
to oduru fi ona o se eh wakọ ide ti o ko gina na nchen ahwe e mi hu akoya che akono hu no a da ba so ko
Everything I was
Already my papa my ya. Me boni so ketua ni eti. O so boni so ketua ni ana.
ohu papa no here say I was oh da ba o bi sama papa na papa ba ya da bro so ko di obi o
na dia.
Me boni so ketua na we nya no.
hey ba anyway congrats
For what?
what's it
For what?
forgetting
Forgetting what?
forgetting
Forgetting what?
it's all right me fear there to forget it
Edi asem na o kan no. Kasamem.
Kasamem.
Correct kasamem. Kasasia.
Na mo so ko
What
do
did
yo.
you say? Twa me ho ahia yi. Kamu ba pene.
say there who the who the set to kroba na echi wo na mo be ndi mbo pete pete wo bia hwe bia di so bia kwa no
Dia o ya na okay.
Destiny see dance di enti. Onye ni kokwa mu da.
Oye ni pete no bia hu yo any ya that's it right. That's it. But anyway, quick one on the more serious note, area so one asem to say amount for complaints tema 1 month, maybe 3 weeks.
So from Kaswa to Budumburam, they've not had water, if I'm not mistaken, from November.
Hey,
Wow.
Yes, and in so Neba,
Omo come here close to the Wager Dam.
about once about 3 weeks, and about so a child, let's say 5 hours.
No,
Wow.
It's not clear.
A man
Wow.
to sir.
The moon so far.
What I say, and the problem, you know, Stanley Mate Casa some time back, or see, Wager no, they had to, the treatment plant had some issues in there, but still, a lot of people.
What issues?
A man for be braining so. Be braining so, I'm a area more for commissions. Ghana water be bomb.
But that is the complaint.
I'm saying the water.
Also, then another complaint.
Now, so many now when you one day. That's if you are lucky, never back 24 hours in a day.
Out of the 30 days.
Oh yes.
Okay, so tell me, more you find some area or not? They're surviving when there is no water.
Almost the water tankers, and in fact, surprisingly, before we drew your hono, your junction hono, water tankers no. Almost every day, almost so.
Almost every day.
Almost junction wa. Almost the neighbor.
Omko weja ho.
Uncle Wager. There was so much
junction. Utum so almost the neighbor. Until what you also once almost the in the next 3 days. A bit me by a whole emba. Aba even say a beer pipe car area. A bimu pipe crama.
And I'm checking.
I'm for say be on the new Makoya Canana, but still. You rely on the tankers to supply you water.
Tankers in Yajuma.
Omuba.
Obekum na tankano. Ghana Water Company manager bidia. And
so no dear, terrible.
Obia Sunday was say from a man from all the way to Fete, no water.
Fete Kakraba. Kaswa kwani so
wow.
KOJ Hokrade so no say ba once from November so te ya kwani so.
Yeah.
Onyenso. Ti wo polytanker.
Baron Karim say East Legomen pass no water for the past 1 month. But Uncle Rex, who which side?
Maybe Bobie, a friend say banqueters.
More such issue.
No. In fact, a hot dear in Sue some dear.
Bobie.
A hot in Sue dear. So maybe I'm one there may means your problem.
So which means you are you're closer to a
me closer to a Faith Montessori, so I'm closer to Wager.
But I don't know
Omono ye wager sro. Na we wager down.
Okay. I see.
Possible say em pompe cry should wait to.
Oh, you're holding so bad there. You need your problem.
Among for be need so.
Among for complaining.
You see, say
yeah, you rely on Temaphone there.
Last year,
and you
Omoka saw me water rationing.
Yeah.
Now water rationing no see a bema days sa unsu beba. Those days in a week we pipe beba once until no store water.
Okay.
Week in a besono won yensuo have to go to another week until in a month no won yensuo like twice. In 2 weeks maybe I won yensuo once.
Obi say Kaswa Adam nana. 3 months ni no
from
water.
November na say February mu na we.
Area
so from Tobus area.
Enya beside. Also I want enya beside saying
Bethesda. Enya so to home. That's why.
So Bethesda was
enya this rather this side
Obi say Bongo, us commander, we have decided to tear the bill in their presence.
You catch it. They almost say
we would tear
the bill back. Now so my bill ben now they bring say into home.
Also I believe pay no water.
There are lots of places on Muninsu.
And last stop no water.
Bebre, Nkofo bebre, all that stretch. Omunyensu.
This is terrible.
I believe pay Eko East Legon Honmina. Same story.
Wow. Anyway. All right. Va.
Yes.
And that's it. No, Odoba. And then.
Maya. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And you go so?
Oh.
Yeah.
You meet me at the
Oh, a day, sister. Yami be.
With Ochami Kwame. Sana ni papa Fox FM manager.
Okay.
And se bibia ni a na akọ ho se bia opening Afro bar ya ka che ne se ehia we ehia. Oh, bibia so nyame ye. Omwa na bia akọ se oh nyambe. Omwa na akọ se oh nyame ye bi. He died, in an accident.
Too bad. Okay. All right, so thank you, live Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Jacob, this is touching the same water problem. Jacob Mensah says, please, I'm listening from Tantra Hill, Golden Door. Also, on twice in a week. In Sonuba, twice in a week. And somebody here. Kofi Enim says, so a man from what anyone now. Yesterday, I called the water engineer in Tema West, and he said he was at a water conference. And even at the conference, they don't have water there. Such a saint. Oh, but it's not true. Such a saint. I mean, it can never be true.
It cannot be false also.
But water conference.
Once you don't have any justification
my justification is that water conference is when we are on
water conference.
Mysterious, no, that is the news. Now, whoever say ECG for a program, I do light that.
When they test
ECG for your program. We have read Ukrapa so anyway, so yeah, John says I call it transformer Kaswa since November 2023, no water, but we still have bills from Ghana Water Company Limited. Okay, so Philip Kofita says, boss, my place is Kaswa Iron City TV3 for the past 1 month, no water. O2 Abeka says, Commander, please, the lady, he got husband. No, he no get husband. Come pick him. Come Monday. Why? Come Monday. Come around this time. Why? When you come, I beg, please kindly ask of the carpenters, the people where they use the sticks. Oh, tab on the boba dino. Why? Into bra onikunu. Bra nyame aduma Monday wiase ya na wo ha obi na ebusa se uwo kunu na me so ni kunu tibe so omra Monday wia oba o musa carpenter for no omde na doa ne ma no bobo ade mu no still bender no busa na se ombe kwa akofa na brew na wo de no ko wade obeduru fie so na ho ayefe kama Okay, so citizen Andy says Bobie Kesseman and the environs no water. You know,
Kesseman, yeah.
Kesseman.
Say Dome Kesseman honum nyina no. Omu ni nsu a. Na say I visited a friend bi o ho a. He was complaining.
Okay, but Obi Abasona, my main picture. Hello?
Miana.
I'm Pacho wa.
Oh, hello.
I cry for me.
Me Pacho I.
I'm Pacho Fase.
It's probably Cecilia Elsie Ajoa Gadi.
Oh, I fa.
No, I just go.
Yes, what the Sikacha DB? What for the form?
My panu
fala. Offer say.
I think 50 Ghana or so.
No, me say what for say na wadi.
1,000.
What 1,000? 10 million.
Million 10.
Million 10.
Million 10.
10 million. Million. Any weekend idiot when you be papa.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Million 10. Yeah, that's be. All right, so that's it. Ansah, enjoy your million 10. Oh, my catch him say I don't know Fridays no. So what fast now back pow. Maybe 2,000 at 2 says here, me pay you 2,000, 20 million. Says here, maybe 1,000. Me says here, me percentage will be 2,000, 20 million. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. All right, so 10 minutes. Mame Fanya Jumawe. Mame be phone line, a quick one. Talk to me about Ansah issues. If an hour, baby hour, talk to me about it. Just 10 minutes. Me pick a course. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
But you're a fair major.
Yo, Majo, on your uncle.
Pacho, every December, move better team. We so crying and nibi. Type no crampo and being an improper cell because sense. Now I go sorry, I know what the bill about 2 bill. I'm the man last year 222.
But what was when was the last time Omode bill April?
That was November, December.
So after December, no more bill be
Omumpa bill requirement because negate no. Me the signboard as you no trespass. Nobody.
What did there you?
Water.
ECG ne Ghana water phone. Would no trespassers who feel kwano?
Yes, sir. I bufu.
Sir, ma obi antra wo fie gate. What's what eh?
Mpacho say.
What eh?
Meti majo. Madina down.
And why
3 months there. So Majo, the whole of Majo. So your tank about your tunnel 1.5, 150. So Pillow would be buying 220.
There be so Marco complaining. Na no trespass now. Just
you complain and following the no more the bill in the buy. I did not maybe your money. Mean this say. We back Kansas or Mukandana. Serious.
That's Adam Dochi says virtually bumper and so for the past you know say every month we are about twice and so now the bill and then the bill are Breno. Hello. Okay, so I lost the caller. Hello,
Kobe.
yes mama.
Good
afternoon mama.
It's very good.
Okay, go more fete.
Yeah. They are 3 months to me. In so near Hannah Shadam Mo. It to me bow baby, Emma, Nayan Sona Bower, and I drove a bit 2 o'clock. And so one sorry, you say, yeah, that means say, won't you be? A baby bear for Sona at the court.
I see.
But the bill, the bill, so that last week we chose me buy no more the bill I show me dormant. Me buy me go who you no more the bill. It's in
For the past 3 months.
For the past 3 months.
Now, one could complain.
Your friend is saying, or what I say, then galamsey, and in shown endorse into your more ration. Guy, no, the bill banner, Oka, Sana, or catch or a beba, into a banner, John was a real. If you want that, what could you my bow, Brenner? I should never to say, oh, yeah, I won't be happening to you say, flat, that means a wound issue. It's a bull and you. Or more the tanker, Eddie Boom, Coco, Bimudi, and Mayan Siako.
More to say.
Bucket near 1 city 20 pesos.
Bucket 34 no.
34 no. 1 city 20 pesos.
Wow.
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 I have problem on my papa.
Wow. All right, thank you. Now, Pastor Mark says, Bobie, Botiano Hills, any tuba areas, Nadia, Omoyon. That would do says, with regards to Alaja Gongo, all right, thank you. Ibrahim Musa says, let's go. Hello.
Hello, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Bacha, first, free.
Bacha, Nana Safi Manu, dance man, New Russia.
Nana Yanko.
Commander.
Nana.
Share influence your town, Edin Papa, anything we are making Saturday, Mamprobi, Choco, area, semi is full for a dear amount for new Commander. My Juma on bed 3 times, I married Maria. Yet, so the attack filler, me a tromba, the attack filler, more than months, into the banado. And I don't know, Obia than no better no because every day be a near a month, Yano. Yet the burba, we are no few on so. Down to mine, Mass Junction. A mass road, you see. Every year, a month, and so about 3 times. Every month, as every day, baby. It's what I'm not there. As it send it, I have fast I do it also. No, I'm sure another be a course in a man, a way in job, and I make can be a meda Teshi Bush Road. Yeah, out of Benfonia on so. If you move my gun, I'm saying Ansah for Trebi. Yes, sir. San Mecam. If you move my palm, me quite more na or more lies in the be, and say, leakage be about. Apparently, drawn now, my boys within a minute, no boys now 6 years. And so, favorite baby, and into Buffas, we is in your binum. I can't have a mention, and I'm Mamma and Yamishram.
Yeah, that's Sibibri, Mammy, and father that call a quick one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Commander Buam.
Chief Pacha, your friends of everything.
Commander, where are bound God?
Yo, a doctor from me and quite.
Mammy Charlie Stewart. We are kind of say, Stella, like I'm blood, this year about show to morning. I'm the Yano, I'm not on the Kenya and train.
Mate.
Bobie, chair. I was saying again, Bobie, maybe, but not this or doctor, and a big one of bushy. Bobie, a year ago, 4 months in Chama, Mucha, and some monument of car. Mucha, and by the Shomas, will be a Bagana fool, Bagana, all my see, need Janka first name, you to by the Munyasa. Bobie, obey few, or Doko, and a bit more bushy, you say, Obey. Or in Sunday on the 10th of January, and then 16th of February, in Solim Bada, Obey. Me obi a mesu ejuma mo bi me dey jare right so a light off obi here sometimes me ti koda awo be because me say me nya from aka me ti me da hitimu nsu so mba otu dey me ye se me ko si a woman bi o ton pure down no ma ko se pure down na me dey jare obi o ma wetin dey obi esu man kaza me dey obi like you say who e be eko e serious obi serious nya me say kan ko e one boy dia you who be because you play play obi you be ao obi say me light me nya so me na media me problem o be ka mo wi ska e fa me ho ye we say we gonna free but she dey o mo ye we say so say kwa no o mo ka che o do baba say o like o so mo kwa bra so home o mo san fa ko bi that's my bag
Mr. Mendes me fa last call Kofi Obin says we are okay. At Lawrence's commander, contributed to Langba environs, no water, yet we receive our bills. Nana ya ebusa se ade na meshe black and Nana ya jima. Nana, I've lost my mother about 2 to 3 weeks ago. Na enyame kwa Uncle Rex so ono so bo se be ba no so eshe black. Listen at the end of the jam ninuanom. Only na esumbo muntia. All right, so Tony Bones says so now a tanker driver in Accra can marry 3 wives because they are ruling now. Greetings from Denver, USA. We are hello,
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Commander, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Daniel Mensah, Council Adam Nana.
Yo, Daniel Yanko.
Commander, wouldn't you say you had no gallon you 2 CD 50 pesos?
Oh, how?
Commander, gallon, Okoton, so gallon, you 2 CDs 50 pesos. Because pipe ne mao, and the tankers in a supply. The tanker the Brenner, on also overturn 2 CD 50 pesos, gallon bako. And no commander, so we may be at home, and so be funny, sir.
I see.
The area had no mind be our also our tombi, beye a na watch me tank and far been by in the area. You the gallon be cheese.
Simple.
Oh, my commander, they be a mecon. So what the atro from pa, you who are deja, I will be jum.
What the atro
from pa.
No one found trust one from pa anya day.
Very good. And you who say, na not will never me ba no de atro na betina kunya no so. And then one more deje da bejumu. And can someone mo kan fa yi jo Muhammad hu nyinen ni nim san ka mo de
mu bɛyɛ ma Ghana ayɛ dɛdɛdɛdɛdɛdɛdɛdɛ hwɛ mimi area ha no mu a mewɔ me fie ha no mu pipe wɔ ha o commander nso menkae da mehu pipe sɛ pipe ne ɛba twɛdɔdɔdɔ sei da wowɔ hɔ no mu ne yɛde bela abrɛ mframa ne yɛni yɛtua ka mframa.
Anyway, all right. Thank you. Bongo says, Commander, I'm so sorry to hear about your loss. May God be your strength. All right, thank you. Nanaya Ajma is here. Says, accept my condolences. Thank you. Kofi, oh, so wait there. I checked, but 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. So, you go, so we are a fresh one. But Ghana for Mame, and you call straight. No time to waste. Na aibi ekoso you know na Uncle Rax wa and your friend the legend we also friend the legend the music industry friend the legend so and he is the convener for Arise Ghana. He is the national convener and the president for Arise Ghana. Sana Listwell, so I will say second in command to Rex Omar, the legend. No, the legend. Yes, we the contumpo from Pa. You know what Dejem or the legend. Very well, Mamma Kwaba. Now, yo, Mamma, very funny thing be Ansah Boba. And Mamma be a soon chemo. Kwame, yeni kanya ba me invitation ho adwuma ho. Yeni kanya no a video, right? Okay, so for me pamcho me the letter be to your Facebook page. More YouTube mbet me akoye Citizen TV Ghana. Na mo ahwe everywhere. Awku chum says Commander, I love you so much. I love you back, Dehan. Dehan, I love you back. Margaret, I do say watching us live from Germany. Sita Wahab is here with us on Facebook. All right, thank you. Now, quick one, Pacho, Fatuo and Mame. Here, Ghana for Yase Kontompo Nemre Eya Kituebi. Baumiasi Ashen and Kwasi Adenase. Na, enipa eni ferry, enipa eni wu. Metro Mass Transit Limited. Na minimsa Uncle Rex numbem chira how the Mills Mahama administration built the Metro Mass. Kofo eye no ja no. Jem no ma meguno. O ma meguno. Jem ayalolo. Ekufo do abeguno. Omaisika Bonnet Baye age 78 still paying Adjumponi. Now Obian check is a letter way a press release from Metro Mass Transit Limited February 15th 2024, an official launching of the Tap and Go project by the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Tap and Go. Ninja say boarding, right? Okay, so as part of government's commitment towards digitalizing the Ghanaian economy, an initiative which is being spearheaded by the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, there is going to be an official launching of the Tap and Go Transport Initiative on Monday, February 19th, 2024 at exactly 9 a.m. at the head office of Metro Mass Transit Limited. The project will be officially launched by Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. The Tap and Go Transport Initiative is aimed at helping to formalize the informal transport sector with the help of a well-structured and tested technology. This project will help to build a single system for the entire transport ecosystem for all the various transport operators to enhance efficiency and bring about transport fare stability in Ghana. We are by the statement inviting the media and duly informing the general public about the program. Thank you, issued by Corporate Communication Unit. And this one is coming from Metro Mass Transit. But by and large, all right, thank you. By and large, the woman say, Omo build a one system. Yeah, when yes, sir. One system, almost a across the country. And they say, "Oh, talk a be a card nibi." So, ukra card nibi na from Metro Massa. Say you're from this distance to this distance. Na 2 cities are. Oko Tamala is the same. Oko Sunya is the same. And yes, sir. And yet, Nina no. And yes, I did no more building. All right. So, young question time was your mama. A building side the Ghana. Young Concoshe Ghana from Mutiemi Moon follow. Young question time was John Bahama. A building side the no about me as one a dear back Ghana no. You see, a nipa MPP ni Ankasano. Why we are the Biano? The other canon yet. Nanya nipa MPP ni. Ekufad ne Baumia Jimmy Intino, they have always believed, say, Ghana ni biya Jimmy, let's go out there and trick them. You trick you more and no. One Baumia way to me, Ghana ni any moose where Jimmy, Baumia way, Nipa way. Anyway, so let's go and watch. Bakono, main card, no normal talk card, no. Yes. Yeah, that is the most important thing.
Special cards with top-up when credit runs out are needed to board the Ayalulu bus. Purchasing a travel card is easy from any departure or arrival terminal. Some industrious young men have also got into the business of buying the cards and selling them at some bus stops for the same price. A brand new card sells for 5 Ghana cedis from any departure or arrival terminal. A new card at the time of purchase comes with 2 Ghana cedis, 90 pesos credit already loaded on it and can be topped up at any bus stop or by using mobile money, just like a mobile phone top-up. A minimum of 2 Ghana cedis, 50 pesos is always needed on the card before a journey begins. Upon boarding the bus, a commuter needs to tap the card on a reader that validates whether there is sufficient funds on the card for the journey. Entry is granted only after validation and cash is not acceptable. The cost of each travel is dependent on where a passenger boards the bus and where they get off. Special cards with top-up when credit runs out are needed to board the Ayalulu bus. Purchasing a travel card is easy from any departure or arrival terminal. Some industrious young men have also got into the business of buying the cards and selling them at some bus stops for the same price. A brand new card.
0.5 and that mean you mukasa free money because today is Friday. Yo, so this is Baumia once again. Kwabena just to deceive the people.
Alright, I'm in chat here for the legendary. Na ye twa John na sabi empenfo si yesu kra na ega him ye maye nyina nso ho yakọ moma ni kwan se we can ye kan kra na o se ye de
pacho umpeja microphone kakra
enti me maye nyina ho yakọ kwara ade wo se edikan hu ne se Baumia ni Akufo-Addo oma we omo ameye hwe amaye sika bia yesi omo de aboga na ho bra no omo boa nempo se enkuntabuo ba se ne maka no and is on record say they cannot account for up to 10% of monies they have accrued over the last 7 years. So, ye a national audit of Sika Akodi Abain Weinsem from January 7, 2017 to date. Nasi ye boom konta di Sika omokra ese ye di bia ya kwan ne nioma no. Ye fengu senie ni entity free mo Kwabena. They cannot account up to 10% of that money. Our accrue over the last 7 years. That's my first point. They tosu bio and say, Kwabena, no we say aban dada no eye John Mahama aban entimi enioma ni bi wo a omofa ne se o na aban se bi makosi tiafia eno na me di abom me wasafo he na president mu a ana mabedi akire mu a ana minister of state na me na me kwakọ kire se mesi sebi ejanabia we dey say sebi assembly for ena omuni nipa no eti community ni mu nti no we dey yenja ma assembly for no omonye enu nti Kwabena enioma ni bebre wo wa John Mahama no mu ye ya oma fa ma metu bedwam se we dey na we dabi sebi yesi ejana bia ebo ho daro se mampani aso eye na yakosi ejana bia na mampani abedi akira akogina baabi mudidi amuni muni so amunjare Jimmy kasa Jimmy what's a coat abotai come and account for your stewardship na wo bia what's a coat abotai beka nioma waya or say mercy toilet is Kwabena wait mean to say be say Jimmy but Jimmy totally say I spend my taxpayers money on such a fool a twerp to come and account for toilet facility adi yes assemblyman adwuma John Mahama time chips compound say John Mahama or chips compound because ekoye Ekufodo in his first term or the coal pot esi honum commission coal pot Jimmy amemu Jimmy president mua yasise coal pot no akogina ni mu na wakate sword president a commission coal pot
but I see the war in the
president Jimmy no there one is some say na me media man no how much money has Akufo-Addo accrued as taxes me say na dem man no so ma me suma no ha ma 100 cedis akoto mo bre me na ukoba na mo no 100 cedis no ba na say mo ketwa we ye dia pori hu nsem a o ma me de na wo so oka obeka se ye suma ba nyansafo na ye suma ba jimifo jimi president muano akwa gina hanum na besa enkonfo different man on neighbor bed to hospital beds yes easy aban a confiscated beds hospital beds obi and I'm out of the magnanimity wakwa akonya hospital beds a free hospital that there be mu a omu year to ego no say there be mame fangu container mu famra meche Ghana for hospitals na matisi ya say yanya bibi e friend no bed syndrome e wo Ghana ha na president Akufo-Addo atimi akogina beds o hospital beds anim na wa de ahoma asa animu na wakate Jimmy amemuo cocaine for amemuo we ne addicts omonomo ana o mabodam Jimmy amemuo. Alright, I have thrown this challenge. I don't see why the NDC has been sitting on the fence over this digitization. Me see everything digitization was done under John Mahama's stewardship, either as deputy minister or as minister for communication or as vice president or president of this country. Everything digitization. I'm not saying some of the things, so me say everything digitization. Everything. Idea be John Mahama no. Bawumia has appropriated the achievements of John Mahama as though or no ena or yeah, because the MPP has decided to use sloganeering to propagate a message that is false. And so they spin one thing over and over again and expect that Ghanaians will easily and gullibly say oh, digitization there Bawumia. Meanwhile, he knows next to nothing about digitization. Obi a okra e first Twitter page go be na manage ma o. Odi na ni for digitization. John Mahama does everything by himself. If you see any tweet or any post or anything, it is from him, John Mahama. You have people managing your accounts, and so you go and spew stupid things and they just post it, and you only have to even open an account. Odi na ni for digitization. But he has a thinking say, because of the gullible nature of the Ghanaian, like Akufo-Addo sees us to be very gullible, they will just accept anything because it's coming from not his person but the office. And you know, Ghanaians have respected the office of the president and that of the vice. And that is why I have kept saying, knowing, the Ghanaian respects that office, no? Especially that of the president and the vice, no? It has become a weapon in their hands. So anytime I refer to Akufo-Addo as an armed robber, I mean to say he is armed with the position as a president, and same with Bawumia, armed with the position as vice president, and they are just robbing from the coffers of the people. That is what I mean. It is a Kromfo akofetuo, say ne na nom de wegina meso yi. It is a Kromfo akofetuo no no ni tuo no, ene ne office no. Anu ntina agye ye ne se wokofa asemi betudwa say oh me Bawumia me na meye digitization. Kwabena, interoperability was happening under John Mahama when I could send my money me amisika. I was transferring money from my account to my momo me account in John Mahama's time in 2015. I was sending money from my account to my mobile money under John Mahama. Did I not have cars doing Uber? Let me cars say Uber. Sa Uber na by John Mahama time and I say by Akufo-Addo time. Now we Hanum. And these are things that it was in their manifesto. The accounting to the people no book, no green book no. Things that John Mahama launched about digitization.
Let me go and bring my iPad.
It will be better for us. The NDC has been on the fence and it is offensive to the Ghanaian because you allow such a fool to peddle falsehood. And he's thinking, sir, because people are not speaking to it, then I will find a way to speak to it and then it will be appropriated as my achievements. When you have nothing, you have not even an iota, not a scintilla of knowledge about digitization. When in there for digitization, yeah, left about this now. Only planum as I say a giant kokum jombuadu. Kwabe your friends say kwabna buadu. Wudini mobra. This will be a bonny brown no abefa. Now no where say comfort ye. I read na digitization. Only acquire a fossil fiber optics. Now say only say no omu twa say omu na di globe bag na hanum na Bawumia na di animu. Omu na Kumasi yes, Kumasi kotie. Me ma me kwa na frame me adwatima na frame say hey, you say Bawumia na di globe for bag na ha. And I'm say glow. Akwa no di globe bag ni kura am say ni kakaba. Bawumia. Ni no ni for glow ho. Omu di throw we Kumasi. Na no bia ni abre ni ko huntini e kire se Bawumia na di glow for bag na ha. Emrebi sa no mu twantro adaya Akufo-Addo na di mobile for bag na mebo panti omo say on na dey buy na okay o dey buy no hwan na ma omo license mo operate here o dey fan say no kre chatam ni minister for communication. Oh, so when it's about John Mahama, he has a lot except that and he does not play in our body politics to be that enchina uncomfortable who say word then. And that is his caliber. John Mahama won kan dey waye. So when you crop be anim no ko gina na chere dey waye na o se me ka bia. John Mahama, he doesn't tout what because he knows say it affects nipa or more a life I transformed no directly. And untino enchine uncomfortable who say word then no sebi se ensuo wo hwe free to emu a wono a Ansah wo beti churo meboa enti wono na adwe ne se wasi terminal 3 ama kwantufo yusu enti akwantufo bedi ho adanse se terminal 3 na wo siye no eyade papa. But we live in a world that nipa bofo adoso ade no kura po wotiti se nanumu no o bedi dia me de nanu atwitwi fom o de sani no no aka se me ni hwe oni pati sa akokọ odidi wie a na odina no ayeden atwitwiri fom enti kopim se wo beka che nipa se aduane ya wudie proudly sponsored by Kwabena Bobie Ansah. And na wa ma waduane na wo titi hye wanum no. Na adwene ne say, oh, abakeke na me de menya bia die. Wo mo a ene na omo ye adwuma e wa yalolo. Na ye John Kofo, President Kofo Nyansani, and ode ade bi baaye through Dr. Anane. My godfather, my adorable father. And now omo kofa bi ade bi baaye say friend Metro Mass Transit. Sadia no omo de ba no, na se ni bi mi ntimi nka. Ba won ko busa nipa o twe sadia na sick pa twe ne from say kan ni kwan say sadia ne pa so. Eye osafumafo. That time he was finance minister. No one person sadia be see the light of the day. All because Kofi Anane ya ebema na nimonyam amadachi bi President Kufo ni wa. No madwe ye omo say President Kufo ni wa. Kofi Anane na eba be ye mampani. Enti ye ngu na nimu ase. Eno omo kofi fa sa nneoma ne be gu na nimu kai sa nneoma no. Na wo Kufo do ye ka dwaman ya wo na mo dwaman ya do wo mo maso. Na mo go di obi on. Adro wo mo maso. Ya espellie. Se wa broni. Ene wanim guase e kra e kentema. Ana Kofi Anane de sa de ne baaye no. Emma President Kofo enya edin kese e wa abamu. National insurance ne on de baaye Kofi Anane de baaye. Me boa. Busa se Kofo do de no de baaye. E o Kofo abamu. Ya na amfo na chene to aso no de na kire se nka wo se ye to ane so. Sa bra na President Kofo tufo no. Obi antie. Na wantie na ene. What you say? So these are me cry me picture way, sa picture way. What you say? And I think I would want you to send it to Bobie so that the things that the things under digitization John Mahama Abreso they achieved, including the passport now digitized you launch here all these platforms, including your friend is saying payment systems are digitized. Everything was done under John Mahama. But what do you know about digitization? But because of the silence of the NDC, you are using sloganeering and digitization. When Juma Yadiama was sequoia your economy, and never be a dollar nam. Like I said, be a jadi for my bone, and Omunim Ansah. And let me also send this signal, Kwabena. I heard Dr. Gutan in your venison. Obeying Anameboa.
I'm so obeying.
Obeying. Maybe we're better studio. I'm sorry, I'm catching and say, sorry, I'm catching and say, what's sorry, I would the MPP for it. I feel Miawa, Rabbi who says. Now, say about Miako saying what Ojinasia, Kwabena?
Yeah, he was there.
You should listen to his remarks.
Oh, yeah, I've listened to.
You should listen to his remarks.
That is his opinion.
No, if it's about him, do you think I will be bothered if it's about him? I mean, if 12s give their own opinion, he is a leader of a group.
Now, the question you should ask yourself is, who in that group respects him?
Anyway, if that concludes it, then what I like to say.
Anyway,
he's in bed with them.
Good for.
He's a member. Yes, he's in bed. He's a member.
Onya.
And a
good for near Ghana for more bread to say wow.
Yo.
But then you see,
for the
say no. The earlier we give respect to such groups, you know, say, Omania be a chain, Joseph Obin.
No, but you don't allow, for example, if Arise Ghana.
Omania be a chain, Joseph Obin. I see the Joseph Obin, your president.
President.
Na me pacho, e good way, kati okuraku, ya kwato aba, or this ka ko wi aye no or your president no. E dey na be, but wuni nyansa nche no.
Okay, de me.
There be wuni nyansa nche ket.
E din komo. Eti kwara. Me kan sisu bia say if Minia Sameja Finum, especially because I think it's in their remit. So omo tena se ye adwuma ni yie. Na say ye match omo boot for boot. Achievement by achievement. Na ye say ye musa even without leaving the without leaving that debate of to whom much is given, much is expected, no. Because it's also an important a year a bit buama yehu. When you say, what the head then? Miss Minya say, media say. Then again, because if it's about say, and I don't manage the inflation of this country, you are supposed to manage it. What do I say? Then we are able to match them and then discuss things for Ghanaians to understand, especially knowing we say going into the 2024 election, you know, we are not just going to discuss NDC MPP. We are going to discuss Obia and the record. Because John Mahama is vice president, that why president da. Baumia, why vice president, that why president da. And we expect say Ghana for ebe hu Obia and Juma. Ene sebi ninkuntebu. See it me yes had na. Kwabena, Baumia obe ferry crash obe pia bonten. All right. Obe ferry because odi ani wo
I'll come back to you live on 100.5 Citizen Show. CMG's catch idea enche. My bought my next winner. A star 413 hash. Me 2000 cc. One baby needs to say 2000 we are. Na Masai echo 1000. 1 year in 10 year 2000 ni be near me can't tell me say me also be about a send message say the a man wadaje o me fast into the travel.
That brings us to the force say the way our money more den a man so the time manage fie pa say o kolo Tokyo so akwabra first no na nye normal say oba be gina Tokyo so na nan say pa akwabra
wo de follow Tokyo so nche. Say university girls no my bet.
What you know so.
Busano. University for girls no. Bet.
Oh we bet.
Ha. Bet.
I call so me bet na crab.
Say girls no. Ono nam sa no busana unim bom.
Oba university na kabra.
Ono nam sa anya say me ni bigamo.
Oye bet. So oba university. I say ye ma wo honti no nyahe. O ma wo university.
Ha ye ma wo. It is just a me
o ma wo university na. Oye bet na wo papa yi say bi wo kwa hwe mana unya bet sika kakra na o de bone ho bra.
No, what we are saying is
o complaint ni say 10% na da so no. Se ba wo miasi wo mini pass up president dia wo ni 10% last and one.
Ja no yakwe. 24 justices my dear, they did their best, just that the most okay, so Johnny Forger is responding to, I think, Nana Yajiman. Nana Yajiman says exactly, sometimes I blame the NDC communicators. They should tell Ghanaians in 2016 that President Mahama built the Accra Digital Center. They kept mute, and now this blah 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 husband is using that as his achievement. Okay, so John Forger was just telling her that look, Oma you be naturally say Oma you be but or the boss were emfa. Okay, so sorry. Piaga says MPP needs more years to make Ghana heaven. Prosper, I would say I was in the car with a certain lady and I was shocked. Betting Charlie. No easy. Ladies of today, they bet wow. Then check.
Now we can say, if you say slow suko change a DB wo de ono ni din as okay. Oh, sana almost started say omo ba foforo na no. Who do you say East Legon ekwan na under bridge no. Who do you say omo kosesa we no. Actual 2020
anyway my name be I'm Hondo Akwaba. Okay. Rex, so this is Baumia once again. Adia ye dia tra kromu ha joma ma me dia ye adwuma. They say also na dey buy intimetro mass for nhia ne enfre no. Omo wie ya na on si kromu no nkoka che omo se won na dey aba.
Kwabra mechia atiefo na some can in prebebre say oh me problem with Baumia say on kanokre ni bibia enyina nokre so say sabi se wa bampo as a politician na se o predecessor aye bibia it is only fair obi a we honest person no it is only fair so we can say oh jomama na yes adie we na me betwa so obi a we genuine person a we honest no sa na oye na adie enipa sabi oni ne ye adwuma se oye mfomso a ontumi nye ne mfomso ontum. Let me tell you what a friend say. Baumian in the team, no more say. They are shifting the narrative. They are trying to market Baumia, take him away from the core responsibility as economics person. The person who chaired the economic management team, oma mercy economy no to the state. I was say no. And no more some be marketing like a digital person be, IT person be. Meanwhile, most of a nearma or nama or bon hosafuni nano or betu so be dada. Now let me add. I'm not going to give, and I'm asking all NDC for say. My ma omo crime momu changing narrative no. I'm bringing Baumia back to where he belongs, the economy. Let's go into detail as to Baumia bae no. Sabi joma ma time. Obobesia 120 near the 120 billion. Say Ghana ye besia eduru 600 billion. That means
you look at 2020.
I'm just trying to
almost 700 billion.
I'm trying to be modest.
Don't be modest.
You see, look. Check the difference. check the difference between Obiano or Dika. Near Dika 120 billion. Any say I could do 600 plus billion. Now you're only one oil well. Now your mama prepare 2 oil wells. I come beto so that 3 oil wells.
Yeah.
Sabi. Now revenue at your mama no nya the whole you know. Now 248 billion. Baumia time 830 billion.
Yes.
But as me make your mama ni revenue nya nyina no. We can see a nearma or this sikane ye visibly.
Yes, and yeah, for Yadia.
And yeah, for Yari and Yama toilet. Ye who infrastructure projects our water projects, hospital projects, road projects, and Yama or a visible schools. You who ye? Just with the revenue of 248 billion.
Almost be okay.
Your mama time. Now your debt to your friends say a GDP ratio 56%. Say and I'm saying 104 a bureaucracy say. What you say? And this is the area about me supervise here. Our try or try so be free ho. Now the digitization about painting home. We will not give him that. Your friends say a luxury. And I say yeah man is a chance no more the oil no. Now inflation, Jama time. Inflation, maybe do a friend say a single digit. Ebe kwa we na call a friend say enya mamu ye kakra na call em say 15% was say 15.4%. Yes. Yeah. Say inflation yet me do 54%. Ye em never cry twam ho.
Equal 57 na.
What you say? Now let us talk even about
no crampo. They are cooked though.
That's it. Look, Sase with Joma Maka for a long time say Keno Foriata has been cooking the figures. Keno Foriata has been cooking the books. He has been cooking the books. He has been cooking the books. What you say? Your banks, Joma time. There was never a timer. Now your ratings no that this bad. We went to B plus. Later nearby B minus. What you say? But we still B. Now a friend say foreign investors award a lot of confidence in our economy. Into a lot of foreign direct investment. We're coming into this country to support the private sector. Say what are the rating of our banks? Junk. Say most private projects are cost Ghana. All the investors are scared and they are running away. And this was supervised by Baumia. I said, oh, they were trying to create their own credit rating agency in this country. I mean, I just don't understand these people. I just don't understand.
Meanwhile, under John Mahama, you were happy.
Yes.
Some will be creating more credit rating agency. Hey, these people. Interest rate, the highest it got in John Mahama's time was 25%. Yeah. Says interest rate, and I'm saying. Says okay,
39%.
Says and I'm 40. Me say says open one some called Bob Ghana Bank, Bosia Saudi Koye business. How we ya chichiro no wish your phone na farm koche bank no. When you are between me,
I see.
Now 40%. You are the 40%.
Bank no ko ni bi no the amount.
Huh? John Mahama time is the only timer. There was a zero Bank of Ghana financing to government projects. Zero. 2016. Zero. Zilch.
Bank of Ghana financing.
Bank of Ghana financing. He didn't touch anything from Bank of Ghana. Meanwhile, now we're setting different funds. A friend said ESLA, sinking fund, so and so. This is a visionary leader. Nipa or Jenny or mine. And Bank of Ghana, ya didi mwa bomutokro. Ya Bobie over 45 billion. Eba Bank of Ghana na namono aye adakato ene namho. Supervised by Baomia. Baomia person attend the record and me bochere no. Now just add digital some of the higher gen intro now na ma otwitwa no. Ah oni shame no.
Very shameless. That time cry.
Ghana was growing over 3.6%. Ghana became the fastest growing economy. And nam.
And Mahama is the head of economic management.
Exactly. And nam. To the sense Mudia could do a head cut or be didn't seek a cry investment crano. Not much is kind of so some farmer. Now sorry now owning I'm now Ujai assume and I friend is saying and I digital this and digital that. Meanwhile, never buy out who bounce for him now. John Mahama. You see, and one certain in this country is these people came, they borrow so much money, and no matter you can get tria a binoka a mambofobika. My real time see this, my mouth 20 pesos, J Nakamas and mommy. It is like most of the media people are also parroting their lies. Baomia ono sebi de oye no na dwuma no ba bepe e da kwa na busuafo. Let's face it, Baomia be president vice president of Ghana for we have 7 years 2 months munie na ketua say all this money that is throwing away left right center and in the campaign, where did he get the money from? So it is clear say abai way oma mase they came to make money for themselves, their friends, and their businesses, and they don't care about Ghana. Because if Abaya Sika say pa fawensem minimo ebi obi beka sem NDC anything na make us the way I make us. But Ghana for me bisamo obi nkyere me any visible infrastructure project abeka say way there sika we fa ba wensem je say na waye. Sabi free SHS kra no mo bom ho safo hini kra akwasi say what is the state of our schools, secondary schools, and the quality? O dwane afru abegina be and a digital this and digital that. O ma yasomonwe na me to Ghana fo nyina afo say look baby o ma we yaduru no say mama mania na ho. What they are trying to do, Baomia to say sebi impedua so obi a wato ya anemu. Na edipa binum akwaji sika say, oh ya ba hohoro ho ne apenti ho de akwakire nkrofo. E no matutu la bentagu ne ho still sent no aje ne ho.
Aje ba bia.
Sent ne da so aje ne ho.
Ntro sent no.
And trust na gene ho ohoro ye de ensure we as nya kora ohoro enko because ni nipa dua ne nyina aye sent
akasha kwenti me
and all fanya sakwa bia so now they are trying to create some kind of narration be to make him look like some your friend say different person be already just say as if say 7 years 2 months now my mess your mind up on the no one ho already onimoshi and a digitization and a digitization. Meanwhile most of them say on your name.
Na odi Uncle Rex Kwabena busa ho bi a wo senior na in charge of economy 2021 year. This story was done by Parker Wilson, our brother, when he was with Joy FM. Or say we had to cut it off. But Omia justifies banking sector cleanup. Someone who is not in charge of economic affairs. And okay, so let's listen. So the vice president, Kwabena, with your kind permission.
Yeah.
Or say the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia says the decision to clean the banking sector was painful but very necessary. According to the data, according to the data, because the data will never be shown. According to the data from the Bank of Ghana, the country's financial system at the time was on the brink of total collapse. Total collapse, a situation he described as scary. He also argued that the signs were already seen in some savings and loans companies because some were not paying their depositors. Have depositors been paid after the collapse? This is Bawumia.
All right. Agrex, Bobie.
Kwabena.
Mame Kwabena. All right. So Kwame Ofosu says I'm watching live from Sankore. Now, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Pacho Frose.
Pacho, you from me
Getty what infa.
Me Pacho me kasa fi
Teishi. Teishi me kasa fi Teishi Goda Estate. Getty, say na about phone so.
Me try.
Say na about so.
2000.
Hey!
Bra, me ti cry me ya. Bro matches me ti cry me ya.
Uti ya.
Me ti cry sa paper me. Efe, me na. Me yes so urgently. Me last na na egusha. Me
Auto say.
The medicine is a CAD. Me to 40 Ghana cedi. Me the cut to first, and I'm marrying me. And it's me say, oh, you're 40 being fashion. To be 2 years, I mean, man or crime.
One paba.
But I say,
wow, 20 million abegu fonso. 2,000 Ghana cedis.
Me part 2,000 no me fonso se CA.
Sika achadi no.
Me part try. I said, me want to them into
David, yabutre. I say, I am a catcher, must say, I didn't say, sure, na say, a part no room. So, one room now, train ya, chapet, na some more yaba. I said, not doing some. I doing some.
Because I solve the problem. I'm a person is solving as a CA. I solve the preoccupation.
Sir?
I solve the problem in the preoccupation.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
I mean, Sham on our way. I brought my dreams from me. I mean, Sham.
All right. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Getty from Greater Estate Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. A star 413 hash. Enough Friday, ye bogum. Enough Friday. Kwame Ansah 2000. Ansah 2000. Be machine na me mfamwe. Me pa cho so eya wo draw nentem. To nentem. No ma me kan na bobie na say ni na fa nkosia 2,000 will be the chrono. 2,000 will be the chrono. Pastor, man, and you so why in a kakra. Honda,
Alpha.
So, Bawumia, I say Metro Mass for and Charlotte and Brenner say Monday or the BBN novel, dear. ono no ba be che se de di e-card efro eye bus ewo Ghana. And we have given some few throwbacks on Ayalolo and how Mahama digitalized your transport system. The transport system. Pacho Baumia on his usual lie.
And I think our menchia legend, na menchia nanapuku, na menchia also so near Bessia for. Miss Maybe in Namitimu, Mokasa Masha black, I'm calling Miss Misha Black. Na Nana me say se kwase bu kwase a ya o na se jimi fo bu jimi fo a bufu pa na nipa discover Baumia ba Ghana politics we di Ghana wu do discover Baumia na na
nepo go ya chiro
o man penda da akofo no ane tu na ntu on a discover Baumia e wo London na de Baumia ye nyina chiri no still man peni kufo se Baumia ane the future of this country o da sugina ne naso se Baumia e man of destiny ti Baumia ne de be ko bo sha asase ne so to man peni kufo we digana wu we digana wu papa san se aboa ko tre se de oto bobo no ho nya hi ti do gina nche kase wani gine na sa ni kro no man peni kufo hwe Baumia ka digitalization ukofa Baumia na address ana no ye no a efa we plagiarize NDC John Dramani Mahama and then anything digitalization Mame mfa nko NDC 2015 ko 2016 omo publish me pa cho mon ko mo dem just search NDC Green Book PDF kwase ho that is there 2015 2016 NDC a launch book a friend Green Book our mode policies ahodo enyama ahodo ma ye infrastructure pictures nyina begu ho na now ko read here or say government online services what you also see e-services platform project now okay into now say the government online services project into bracket e-services is being implemented by the National Information Technology Agency NITA in line with President Mahama's determination to deepen the utilization of online services within Ghana's emerging digital economy. It serves economy. It serves as the one-stop services portal for government services, which comprises a pilot with 11 MDAs listed as follows. Yanko tie de nanu Baumia beka ye. Oko Baumia say, the na NDC e-government services no mbese sending and omo ye na government.gov platform na ti de Baumia ka say to make it easy to access government services I led the initiative to establish the Ghana.gov platform, which was implemented with oversight from my office. The Ghana.gov portal is a one-stop shop for accessing government services. Word to word. Word to word.
Verbatim.
Dear Kufadi, I want you to be citizens. So I want you to be citizens. Pepe. Baumia. First away no mampeni Kufwa discover na still mampeni Kufwa say promoting. Say ono na die Ghana be du bo sha asase so. Oko NDC, Oba Baumia na no na yoko ready ya. We've taken one by one. Or say digitalization of the passport office. Or say That's paragraph 75. We see, we digitalize the passport office with oversight from our office. With digitalization, the average turnaround time for the acquisition of passport has been significantly reduced, and today you can apply for your passport online from home 24 hours a day. The Baumiaka yeni. Mami fanko eye NDC Green Book. I published no 2015-2016. The same passport office. Oba or say passport office online submission of personal data for passport application is there. Ya launch ye 2016 20th December. And then Minister for Foreign Affairs Hannah Tete launch ye say already no ma pilot from 2014. Say o person apply for passport wa obeko omo online obeko on website forms no ho na wa fill it to fill we are now your payment mobile money through your banking system and mobile money we they will give you appointment date, and the appointment date the only thing you do is say call passport office wa near take your obayo data just or fingerprint and our photo near take and one we are near mount that passport. It was done. Dr. Muhammad Bomia nanu kujina wa kasano was say on digitalize the passport office. This is the fraudster discovered by Amampinda Dakufo. Amampinda Dakufo as providing a backing vocal water nechi as a backbone to continue to defraud Ghanaians. Na se Bomia a fraudster, then a chance of Amampinu Kufo and your fraud. Once you're a fraudster because no matter on takra send it to Bumu. What they are not doing here. Baumia, as I say, digitalization of DVLA. Okon ni statement na paragraph 77 or say the DVLA offers two traditional services: driver licenses and vehicle registration related services. The services have been fully digitalized. Baumia as manano kokaino no. Yanko NDC Green Book. Year 2015-2016. This is what is written. Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority DVLA renewal of driver's licenses and vehicle ownership transfer. Ya digitalize it. Our Green Book 2015-2016. The same thing. Any democracy pan enya. Thank you to Islamic law. Sharia law was think about me, but this time ya chin nka Independence Square Friday. Kaya kwa National Mosque bomb pa ye wia. Was think about me sabrin ko boduem. Nanka kramoni bia oba na ba twem wasa la ten utane miensa na okọ u 3 papa 3 na okọ no do so aba say the Islamic laws na yedwuma Ghana.
No, but me no, I think say omo ehun say the only way out is to lie.
That is it. Anana obi obedi trachre wo no obu say we ejimifo. Yeah. Tina meka so nipa jimifo bu say we ejimi a ehin. Baumia oko Baumia speech na mu a osaka ebi about birth and death digitalization. The Baumia kai paragraph 80 or say with oversight from my office, again from my office, we have digitalized the birth and death registry, and we have just completed the integration of birth and death registry database with the database of Ghana Health Services and the National Identification Authority, so that the record of birth and death would be consistent across all these databases. Dr. Baumia, Yanko NDC Green Book, year 2016. The omoka about that birth and death registry. Or say birth and death registry online application for certified copies of birth and death certificate. Enti sene o pese wo your birth set ana wo de hie bi awu na o pese ko birth certificate no a wutimi apply online forms no na wa fail, and this was done under NDC 2015-2016 captured in the Green Book. But Dr. Muhammad Bomio no be vice president 2017 say ye share adwuma na se efi ni office froster kromfo sei mesi ba omi akofa na no nsema o kan ya de ose eye na dwuma wa ye dada no eye dwuma mahama ye de ose obeye in future no eye de mahama so obeye we character we na ya a whole former president idea taxpayers money tuaneka ebegina badwom bedi ba ohia wa dance de kire Ghana for say we ni nipa wo say Ghana for to aba de man Ghana future Ghana ye da chini
so Sekofo believe say Ghana da chini a what kind of Ghana
ena opedi amaye Ghana ben
Abedam Kotia da Cabre say Sekofo was ambushed na Kofo eni ayim so oba wa obekasa na am say ambush no obi di dado abo ne se ase
ambush ana yedi motorcade nanim hwe na yedi no kotena ho
no what he is saying is he was invited but he was not supposed to talk and omo friend force
some akofo kan
na omo friend force no asem na wo kan so no obi di dado abo wo
simu enya kofo no na tu nanim to so na discover about Baumia or landing what when I discover about Baumia now Baumia who Baumia who said Baumia is a man of destiny just ono na de Ghana be kwakudu bo sha asase no so kufo na feel holistically let me take you to NDC green book no the NDC for kai ba ye e-services okwa or say government online services into bracket e-services platform project. The government online services project e-service is being implemented by the National Information Technology Agency NITA in line with President Mohammed's determination to deepen the utilization of online services within Ghana's emerging digital economy. It serves as the one-stop services portal for government services, which comprises a pilot with 11 MDAs listed as follows. So MDAs in number 1, Passport Office. Maka. Number 2, Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority. Maka Wasem. Number 3, Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Online request for marriage licenses. And online. Number 4, Food and Drugs Authority, application for registration as food product importer. And tisa obe krania me from anania bana se pe licenses are forms no. And say we call FDA for office. Ubetimi apply ni na online. Number 5, Ghana Tourism Authority, online application for registration of accommodation and catering establishment. And to more person we catering services, some person more apply for license and sa accommodation bibia online ya digitalize bibia. Number 6, National Communications Authority, NCA, guidelines for application of telecom licenses, authorization and downloadable forms. And to more mobile radio station, TV station, telecommunication networks, open licenses are forms no oko mo on portal no so a hobbit ma download ni na wadi ojuma. Number 7, Ghana Police Service, CID, online application of police report and fingerprint check and nominal vetting. Enti wa pe Ghana Police Service eye report bia no e wo mo eye CID for no no wetimi apply no online ni aye the amount. Number 8, Minerals Commission, online application for recognizance and prospecting licenses. The mo pese munya krata ekotu for magudie mo pese mo koyen kwaye mo koyen sa asim se je ne wo mu no sa applications ni na no timi apply online awo ye Minerals Commission through e-services platform ya bindia na on site miaka. Number 9, National Identification Authority, NIA, guidelines for filing application forms for entry into National Identification System. And so pesa yo Ghana card forms no wetimi efele ni nyina online ni amo appointment date okwa ni atwa picture ni afa bio data eno ano ni awie NDC for your way answer mo frabam 2016. Number 10, Birth and Death Registry, Makawasem, online application for certified copies of birth and death certificate. And also NDC ejuma. Number 11, National Information Technology Agency, NITA, guidelines for services offered to all government agencies has the following benefit. And so who apply through this digital platforms and security now. Yes, so who apply a benefit and facility ubinya ebinye. They're not purpose in number 1. It reduced the amount of time and energy the citizens spend to commute to and from MDA's premises when accessing government services. Emma adagye ne bre at a point I be twa kwantenten akwa aban aso ye because of performance no etini nyina so e ka bebo etini nyina so. Number 2, information about government services from the various MDAs can easily and readily accessible from one central portal. Aban ho nsem bia ne nkyiremu ni maye bia wo pe bia no saa kukuo no mu na wokɔ hɔ no mo portal no wonsa beka ne nyina ɛwɔ hɔ a wontwa kwan enko ba bia nsa obre no wadaagye. Number 3, the platform will also make it easier for government channeled partners to plug into government database for delivery of services. The portal provides government services and information which can be accessed by citizens, non-citizens, businesses, and government employees. Emma kwan, Emma womo ni aban dicha. Upem ya ye bia ne nhwemu bia won sabetumi aka. Wa wo ye Ghana ni, wa wo nye Ghana ni, wa wo ye aban adwuma ni, wa wo nya aban adwuma ni, wa wo kura adwuma business a wo ye, business na wo pese ohun nhwemu bia fa aban hyehyɛ ho a okɔ hɔ no ma won sabeka ne nyina. Ode no to ncha oba wo say the government payment portal entinye e-services nkwa o payment portal so ho ana ye epay.gov.gh ekwa betimi afa so watu aban ka e bi a wo pay omrekwa wo nko bank enkari sika mu botom nko office ko nkotua. Was it the e-payment portal is a service provided by the government of Ghana to the public to conveniently pay online for government taxes, fees, tangible goods and services. Enti wo apeso tia tax which we no online. But me say Ghana fonto abama no man be president na 2025 which me tia tax online. Meanwhile this tax you be tia no online no eya dia Mahama eya ho adwuma to once and ofri abamu eya in 2016. Ode no to nche wa kire abanyu kwa wura beti no mali juma ni nyina we no sa launch emergency number, national emergency response number 112. Sa wa ohia nkyere mu bia no obetimi afrewe Mahama ne ye we nyina ukwa ayalolo aside sa Mahama create ayalolo exceptional lane bibia no omo de electronic card e buy ukoto electronic card na wudu sika to so ti service card enti no kofro bus na uni conductor ne driver ni asembia udu on ma wo swipe eye wo ba o card no e de kire enti se cycle na wo kwa wo type bia wo kwa na automatically na ati e de free electronically Mahama yes adie we 2015 2016 and then this free ba mu na ba omia abegina ho ebedi tro a kire yen ne ye nya enkrofo aye so mu eye mpanyimfo e wo man mu no mo na efo ba omia chi ene heba omia ehemfo ne baba omia chi dom emrewafo ne nkwakrafo ye pe bibie die wufo no omo ene support ba omia including from president akofo ye pe bibie die wufo no omo na support ba omia just to steal the future of this country. The Baumia ye Ghana nyina akire no because of politics intino you must say Baumia na say future for this country. MPP tato omo Baumia tato na me nkoti a American actor bia omo friend saying eni di no kra we American actor bia omo friend Idris Elba will say Baumia meet Idris Elba for digitalization talks among creatives. Look at this, another fraud, another scam. Baumia miti American actor out in the digitalization ko betimi afaso da ko ene gidi djumadi mu 2016 kuma udufo na ye akufu ado ne MPP campaign na wo kuma se movie a omo ye nya movie ketwa ene obeti acrobato na sebio okasafa na ne pipe kakraka imu eye dum so na bekum kuma wood because pipe na so enti eba there's no blockage na namusa who knows tomorrow omu wie ye no odi kuma udufo ye sankru to adwuma ni wie ye no omu ba ba mu no na yire Samira afru plane straight to India. Yeah, actors and actresses no mko ye meeting no invite om dom ba Ghana ada kunkum bag ya actors and actresses bedu Accra Yeah, the official motorcade, police motorcade, any V8 Land Cruisers, and you could show more. Ewo eye kutuka terminal 3 and you drive almost through the principal streets of Accra to their hotel. Meanwhile, since 2017 Akufo-Addo Bawumia Samira omo taking over the realms of this country no. Omunya official engagement with Kuma Woodfo. Mumusa Kuma Woodfo ne say sa film village na Akufo-Addo ka so besi no ewen and Akufo-Addo say film village no kosi oni krom chebi. Yes we take Ghana yeni chebi wood. Yenim chebi ni bia wo ye movie e wo Ghana ha nanso so no kwa akosi no fraud tina make us democracy is not good for us. Senya democracy there's no way idiot ebetima be lead the masses because who na na matrankunya efie anyinie mu a se dru sumpo na se wadwemu na ho a yemfa ma wo ye otrofo yemfa ma wo ye munatuni yemfa ma wo ye nsabruni yemfa ma wo ye sabi okohwini yemfa ma. But democracy allows any idiot to prepare himself because with the help of the media, no, you be whitewash no. Now Obabe yeke si o Ghana fu anim ade ati before be hu se nipa ne nyina de tumi ama no. Wo de tumi ne ma no so wi a emra se twan ma ni kwase asem nwie. So wo mpa na de kukurumotie. Kwase no so betena kunya no so wi a no so de na sinsin fo mu se o afi kura de ma vote ne count. Enyo na beto aba che se opa na so mpa me miam ni kwa mefa so yi me ho asoma mpeni. Eno ne timu no. Eno nti ena amana easy and convenient for MPP including former president Kufuor to believe say Ghana for we are so gullible to the sense say Bawumia is the best product for Ghana. Somebody who has been lying through his teeth all his political career a thrown away they won't me establish anything. Bawumia call Zimbabwe manage economy ho. We for the $5 billion to a loaf of bread. $5 billion and a near the top brodo Zimbabwe no de buy. Bawumia as the head of economic management team inherited inflation at 15.4 2016 December. Inflation to me koya and Bawumia koya kokudu 54% and now yekas inflation about from pono. Inflation and 25%. This is the person or Mampeni Kufuor say we the future of this country. One a bit me ati Ghana ye SCC. Mahama left all this funds. Stabilization funds sika di dem ni nyina o Mampeni Kufuor kono fan belu di ja atamels o Mampeni Kufuor ja atamels seka o Mampeni Kufuor ton Ghana Telecom Vodafone Ghana te o ton editu adwumafo ka o Mampeni Kufuor de ka ene ja atamels ade be chema na fira ba mu ena wo sa ode ne sa hyase e ma single span paper policy e meya adwuma e o mreko wan fa capreta ku anya atamels but ma me fira bam 2016 all this cocoa board cocoa stabilization fund over $450 million in them. Oko sinking fund over 500 something million in them. Oko investment Ghana investment development fund. Let's get them and so I go for the buy no ko Odyssey agenda 111. Sinking fund no ko iska Ghana COVID ba ode koye. Enne ya Musa Bawumia do inherit ani. Se na MPP fo fra bamu a omo nkyere foto ba ko omo disika tumu a the successive government se Bawumia mpo ene ba bi di omampani a obetimi akoma kase o Akufo-Addo nyansani aban no odwene dati hu se Bawumia ba be president wo bo foto bi disika tumu a obetimi akwa idi abo a ebi wo ho ebi ni wo empty ene Ghana foto nyina so asada kosi awo.
All right, live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Imboost Heba Mesha. Imboost Heba Mesha. Posini Edru. Eya numbi. Boost immune system no. Nema uhunya dine. Na yarebi ama me bo wan hwe from. I boost immune system no. Imboost Heba Mesha. Na wase abusu Dankes People's Johnson Nana Boachi Eba wakanshi tema Ekus Pharmacy ene Wedama Pharmacy ni nyina wa Shaiman Kens Walk Heba okanshi ena Tinated Heba shops ubenya bi ade afriwo from our 0246 208496 David Glynn says great submission. Agbesi Basil says MPP no. They have the media on their side. Now, another one, Mark Afachu says, this one on top is full of wisdom. This is a real well born in your bro. Franklin Notice says, on top, good job. Okay, so Quadrantre says, Idris is Britain. Okay, so I think he's a British. That's what I've heard. Rampa says, "Oh, Hontos, I'm minister. Some please have mercy on list to." All right, so this one is coming from Kofi Agbetefe. The youth wings and the communication department should, as a matter of urgency, hold a press conference on the issues about digitization, just to set the record straight. Okay, so now Rampa says the problem Ghana is having as to decent politics and knowing the truth at the Ashanti radio and TV stations. So if not for these stations, Ghana won't have such indecent politics. All right, so this one is coming from Ras Rampa for the Ashanti Foresight or radio stations. More baby, your friends say, almost station, Ubonu, Ukonkran for more Ubonu Kromunti. Omo aye den kran enkran kasa den ye program na ma omo no muntie o ya na ni akobri obi so ya so. Anyway, so we have David Agbejaga. Great afternoon from USA, Massachusetts. Okay, thank you. Maxwell Akpabili says Baumia lies without shame. As for President Kufuor, I won't say anything to him. Okay, so Maxwell Akpabili, my man, a long time. Jojo Donko says, Samantha, you make too much sense in your presentation. I will surely meet with you when I come down to Ghana. All right, great man on to Eric Amankwa is here with us. Okay, so thank you, Eric. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Aya Heba Industries. Aya Heba Industries. Aya Mango. Aya Mango. Na Aya Mango no. Bema agumaka on kremwesi ni trase kremuche to atofom enkodei diwo aya atwe ubetiane akokretipa afrobra hai. Oh, nipa no ne no okra na so okwa ono onfeo emo de bia sensemo anya hwe de bia nakasa de hia mutu prumu anu ahya ase ho me adwuma mani je de nyame obetua ne kama me de mesi me nka hwe me de mesi ma nyame sa na abo no nan we nyina emfa so be na ewo so no maya mango ai na entrinu enye gina ho emunya dine aya fam ya ode aba o say support ma ovulation na improve egg growth sai ema reproductive system no fine aya men flow ya ode aba bema obehu se edene egina so enso wo sebe nsamu yare kakra bo prostate gland no eban aya men vital ya ode aba ema bema hunsuo no eka na ewoba aya slim why chun no anum bi from 050-875-8701 onsa ebetumi aka wo mo na ade ba kubi susu a ye no so abakra de 7 steps 7 steps building construction and real estate 7 steps building construction and real estate na ade mani bi wa say many 7 steps for a kasa no and I'm sinti bibi say e wa Ghana ha say asase adwuma ono ba be ya ma ono say e asase a o situa 30% pe yes menu o mo kasa no akwabo sin my perplexed my omoje 7 steps building construction and real estate asase na oto afiri omo a ebinum tia ayi abufa 50% make us usu ni 50% bramien kwai 7 steps ho 30% abrochire for muntiemi o no libilibi no labalaba 30% say na betua na dia kan was spread the amount ti amfa ne say asase no ye yemfa say 10,000 Ghana ubetua say 3,000 Ghana cedis dia kan no hey me who be da hey 7 steps wow ooh 7 steps. Building construction and real estate 7 steps. Now eba adensia, eba POP ceiling, eba design molding tiles, pavement tiles, roofing, ceiling. Ooh, 7 stars. Ooh, one more. Whoa, one more thing. 7 steps building construction. One more lines ni bi dodo wa ayikuma eni dodo wa tema afenya dewenya kaswa akraman putin ofako papase dentra domiabra millennium city akoti junction. Me say akoti junction. Listen to me, say after me, akoti junction. Me say akoti junction. Say after me. Say after me.
Akoti junction.
Akoti junction. Say after me.
Akoti junction.
Say one more.
Akoti junction.
Akoti junction. Say after me.
Akoti junction.
Adawukwa enkra new botiano dome fase kofi kwei oyarfa ajinkotoku kumase so asante bekwa ikokobia sokwa donyina edweso ahodwo buankra aputuoja abrum kentase eho enomwo one office no ewo mile 11 wodi frika so kwantempono so ekono omo ben Fine hospital eho enomo ben omo office line here 0243 t 0243 0243 653 520 me bosso 0243 653 520 7 steps building construction. Na mamenche Ghana fadie bi ya no so ene ya de mo komo achi nkura ho omo wie na je omo ado omo bibi beka ho na omo de aka ho fa eya okujeto trait no to mame esro fa to mame okujeto di abla kwa de oyeni na hanrabo no akwafa bi aba na we no enye first time new so sourcing ya wo ma yenwo akufuado aban we mu no but we no say Bawumia no when you catch him say Bawumia is a thief, you don't get it. Onya ba abokro no awia sada bicycles nyina tonwadi tricycles, right? Okay, so this is a tweet from Okujeto on X platform or on Facebook on X, right? Okay, so some Okujeto Ablakwa and you said I'm university for Kalano. I'm university for Kalano.
To say what you Twitter can.
X. You never university for Kalano. I'm sure there.
Mano.
Mano. Bafia. I'm church na bidiama.
Samano.
All right, so Sabakuja to Blakwa puts in that way.
Because I know I knew a patrol. Yeah, may well just be picked too heavy. Say Mimi Honto. He has a penchant for doing some wrongs. Oh. But you see, Kwabena, the fact is that there may no matter and say say Papa Otifie.
He was ambushed.
Not ambushed. And na Bawumia koko di troche and say enwema ma ye ne doson tinwema obeke ka ho nyina no. In fact wako cash sansem nyina
che ade wo go jaya akaye
now nim President Kufos in the few on your research. Say when you
look at us, ade wo ja so
pesa me kyerɛ sɛ ne ba we etimi sidi tro
obedi
ade dada opani pa na di ni
sɛ gade oja ya keye
ade a we de pesa kufo na wati ase
ade won
pesa kufo na wati ase
pacho babe. Okay, so this is Okudjeto's issue. We'll raise a quick one, then we can Sam Okudjeto Ablakwa, MP for North right, North Ton. Okay, all right. So honorable ena ye babaye ehu adwuma. So how the Baumians are milking Ghana with overpriced single source contracts after launching vicious attacks on Mahama. When Vice President Bawumia read paragraph 156 at page 63 of his ridiculous driver's mate address a few days ago, I wondered why the self-proclaimed digitalization champion was not implementing that simple promise, but was waiting to do that at an unguaranteed future date. The paragraph 156 promise in issue states, quote, furthermore, I will cause to be published online details of all public contracts for public scrutiny, unquote. Latest discoveries confirm that the current regime of secrecy by not publishing details of all public contracts directly benefits family members and cronies of Vice President Bawumia. These contracts, which are cooked for family members and close allies, blatantly violate our procurement laws and amount to a total rip-off in classic quote create, loot and share unquote schemes. The Auditor General has recently issued a damning report to Parliament after reviewing a number of these sweetheart deals. By transmittal letter, then you have the number here, dated 12 June 2023, which conveyed the findings of a performance audit on the construction of Cocoa Roads. The Auditor General, Mr. Johnson Ekuyamwa Siedu, shockingly reveals how a frightening 87% of Cocoa Road contracts since 2020 were awarded through a non-competitive process, and now there was no value for money, with some of the contracts awarded at 3 times the actual cost. The Auditor General depressingly discovers that under the Akufo-Addo now I don't know how to be actually. Oh. No, I don't know what it is. The Auditor General depressingly discovers that under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, Cocoa Board non-competitively awarded 266 contracts. 266? Yes, 266 contracts.
So sourcing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 266 contracts.
Jesus Christ.
266 contracts. Valued at a staggering 13 billion Ghana cedis, which was 9.9 times more than the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis it budgeted for. Wow. The striking irony is that on 23rd August 2016, the MPP presidential candidate Nana Akufo-Addo put out a tweet declaring that the era of sole sourcing will come to an end, unquote. Akufo-Addo's mate, Dr. Bawumia, followed on September 8, 2016, stating emphatically, quote, overpricing of contracts through the use of sole sourcing is very typical of this John Mahama NDC government. Now, Vice President Bawumia's own words have come to hurt him. Diligent parliamentary oversight has led to the further exceedingly interesting findings. A company known as Resources Assets Limited, which has familiar ties with Vice President Bawumia, benefited greatly from the 87% non-competitive overpriced Cocoa Road contracts exposed by the Auditor General. PPA documents revealed that in one day, specifically on July 2nd, 2020, Resources Assets Limited, owned by Abraham Bawumia, the VIP's brother, and Aneta Kaminska Baumia were handed 2 lucrative single-sourced cocoa road contracts valued at a fantastic 83.7 million Ghana cedis. The details of the 2 contracts are as follows. 1. Contract for upgrading of Efutu Abrim Aguna and Efutu Sorodofo Feeder Road, 21.39 kilometers central region, awarded at 54 million Ghana cedis. Now, point 2, contract for upgrading of Chebuso Hasuwazi Bangalo Feeder Roads, 14.50 kilometers central region, awarded at 29 million Ghana cedis. So it goes on and on and on and on and on. But quick one, Yangotie a year Nanado on sole sourced contracts. You know, okay, UTV and a piece of a good for the women's assembly or kind of a new UTV a piece of kwasi asem bia 2016 ekufu kan bia enye PCF manopa ejimi fo no a UTV do mekwa kwakasa asem no enchire kakra nipa bitu the many pedi kwasi asem say paja
Ira Mahama Numbreso as a competitive tendering no crowd at the aton chain, and every single important infrastructural development that we have is the result of sole sourcing. Sole sourcing is also no value for money a woman in the same. You can never measure it because you don't have a competitive basis for measuring it. You don't know all day bano and what bonisika, no what buying what's home, then one's say you have value for money. Say Juma Babe and Uncle Bichmia and the Sa with less money. Ibichmia the account the all Babe and Uncle Bisu account and when you know it gets lost. Me and I may come and say there's an alternative way of administering our country. Ebema Ghana for Enya Fasos in the Yenya Sese. Ira Mahama Numbreso as a competitive tendering no crowd at the aton chain, and every single important infrastructural development that we have is the result of sole sourcing. Sole sourcing is also no value for money a woman in the same. You can never measure it because you don't have a competitive basis for measuring it. You don't know all day bano and what bonisika, no what buying what's home, then one's say you have value for money. Say Juma Babe and Uncle Bichmia and the Sa with less money. Ibichmia the account the all Babe and Uncle Bisu account and when you know it gets lost. Design me and I may come and say there's an alternative way of administering our country. Ebema Ghana for Enya Fasos in the Yenya Sese. Ira Mahama Numbreso as a competitive tendering no crowd at the aton chain, and every single important infrastructural development that we have is the result of sole sourcing. Sole sourcing is also no value for money a woman in the same. You can never measure it because you don't have a competitive basis for measuring it. You don't know all day bano.
So here we are.
Okay, Kwabena.
Young got up into come right now.
Yo, say me I'm not the least surprised because I remember say Kwabena before say yeah babe your friend is saying flag bearership election in 2007 Kwabena. When you say there are a group of people omo tauto enioma na eye President Kufuor Sinto omo adwen ye omo say senka eye Akufo-Addo ene beye mampani from 2001 to 2009 January na nenka sanyoma no kensi na sabre no unim se na me ye one person na me adma ade ba ko bi wa Akufo-Addo ho na sanyoma no obi a wotai ni me bia like Kwabena dey say nya wona me no kasa obi a ni me bia nim say I admire persons that have oratory skills enti na me penasem sa time no na me nye obi a me pamayosem like me neck deep in amayosem. But now, at least, minim say, I did bet me determine your destiny in future there. You have to be part of it. But now me so neck deep. I was just operating as a journalist and as a media practitioner. And now man for can't go for the one same because of that skill, no. Now I was blindfolded. Sometimes you have to disbelieve them until I saw say there is a plan. Which plan no? Gabi num. In fact, only Mustafa Hamid num started Ansah na Gabi Krefra Bucheba. Now Mustafa Hamid num try to make mockery of President Kufuor. But there were so many contradictory views. A man, me who say, I have to analyze the person at Kufuor. And so, Kwabena, from 2007 to time Obeye Mampenino, if you realized, BBN will be can say Kufuor betimi aya, and I say waya, mejenya chinye, because this is a person Kwabena. Okase hwesoro na wanhwe efomu a obe pagya wani be si utrase na anwe egu ani no. And the same thing played when it was about the appointment of Bawumia. Me if da omoma ni waiver man ba party nim any time or starting say oye ni lectures no Kwabena would him say I was enthused about his way of life. I say he has brought on board something that wasn't part of our political life. What you say?
Yeah.
I.e. public lectures, because it had never happened. Say a presidential running mate, a running mate, and I say a vice presidential candidate, public lectures. It's something that was introduced. And so, omo empire way of politicking, no, Ghana, especially the academic no. Now, omo who say, no, this is the way to go. At least mount a platform and share your opinion. Let Ghanaians also analyze your opinion. If you are criticizing the current regime, do so on a platform that will at least ignite other thoughts. So I realized me crampo na me criticize Kufuor no. I was paying attention to Bawumia. Kwabena, if time wasn't the mightiest judge, and Kufuor ameye mampeni na Bawumia beye na be di akira, who would have thought say he was this nuisance? Who would have thought say Bawumia? Look, Kwabena, I will tell you today, Bawumia is more criminal than Kufuor.
Oh yeah, 100 times.
Bawumia is more thief than Kufuor. Look, whatever we have discussed about Kufuor, Bawumia is worse. And look, if Manusi Sumina can so, if Bawumia becomes president, look, you see how he's running very fast and swiftly away from the economy, no? Look, Bawumia bakura economy almost so that even as president, because look, he knows next to nothing. Doctorate, you know, if I had a way to investigate his doctorate, I would have done so. Because look, se memi institution Bawumia abeje ni PhD ewo mi dimu ede nam bone ho asafo hene se oye Dr. Bawumia e na wa bon se ya mi donyame I would have recalled his certificate. He is the biggest disgrace that ever happened to the academic front. Bobie a school economics. Abomu doctorate. Now, to the substantive, Kwabena, what is soul sourcing? And in the books, no, Kwabena, a idea because na Emrano try to frown and make sure say enquire dia ebeye a norm because say aban amie ama enuama anya competitive said ye nipa pese ekona say Rexoma president let's say yes or conflict of interest list over ye ninua Bobie ye ninua hunto ye ninua eno ani say hunto echina ye bebie omo a ye bebiem omo ye friend say oyo business no echina ye bebiem but the kind fa o letter bre me ana say won biem say so in cry ye miem eno ani say he ko fa letter bra na me fa contract we ma na me dia ma no enti no ebema ebedu baabi no impo omo a omo nia ban mu anase omo ye saa adwuma no adwumayefo no bebre no ana companies ahodo a omo wo saa nwumadie ni mu no omo nya saa adwuma ni bi nye eno so emma ye hu sika a ye de be saa adwumadie no aban na be kotu how much obetua enti contractor crowd here so oba so say me je mo 100 million wa bre wo so je 1 million and one say aban pejama no because aban ni obi a wo say median committee di bi a 1.5 aye na aka say oh aban na de no obi so de 1.5 be ye now de 100 million am obi say on fan koye adwuma aye and for those criticism no Kwabena, it was apt because and yeah the best way for any government say me ye adwuma na ye wo contractors be say 8 but me dey me mo nyina me tender na mo me dey ama contractor Rexoma wa bra hunton so ye say adwuma ni bi Kwabena Bobie Ansah so ono so ebi a wadi mu tintiban e ba sa na Rexoma will be richer. Meanwhile ebi kwampa no need the expertise huntowo enti ube wiase no ebi a obesi dan be wie se yedan a edan no mu nye den te se de nke bi a hunto ne si ya nke mu be yeden no and the price no kwampa wo de be ma no ne boarding and so for those arguments no was apt but wahu Anansia wodwabo okaka oye ne mate sininyame nyansa sana wo yes ade ni nyina no kaje tia kronfo su wodi ahye ni tirim se ma me mpa ya wi na obi ehumi anka se me ya wi ade a mo ye ya no what you say meanwhile at that time Kwabena na ye ka che Ghana for say Akufo-Addo wo ye kronfo wo ye wudini me kaya to the point say na obi to last night Kwabena sham say mutimuntie say Akufo-Addo nyama mpani da na say ai na say the otisu nyama mpani no because president you want the definition where was a scammer or a thief or an armed robber. We did not vote for a thief, we did not vote for an armed robber. He even rigged an election to become who he is because we don't even know as to how many votes he garnered to become president. A game of a swindler. And then see, there are people that understand the reason why they have a call to duty, and it is something that is worth emulating. Yeah. Oh, and I suggest say so ye mpina oti baby na sebi okujeto yes anyoma we na usua all the ball bra ebe boa wa and then ko dia fa he na kan so di number bi tina and ka be say 137 members of parliament no obi akra so aban ne pa achi baby ama yehu akronfo a enka beboa enye sebio NDC ntie o mo my Ghana no and akromfo wudifo amamboyefo a criminal syndicate of thieves, robbers, criminals, armed robbers. No more dissipated and you know, and they have nothing like Red Hospital to show. They have nothing like Terminal 3, not anything like KJTR do they have. They have nothing like your friend is saying. Even Famina Hospital, Grandpa John Mohammed they don't have anything of its kind. They don't have anything like what is left to rot in Kumewu. They don't have any water project like this desalination plant. They don't have anything like a ferry hospital which has been abandoned. They don't even have anything even close to your friend is saying e-blocks are John Mohammed C. But Ghana has run bankrupt. Even when Enyama legendary Bubo Suninano, these are monies that they have accrued. Correct? And it is to that point, and America say, when auditors take their job seriously in this country and audit President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia's regime from 2017 to date, they cannot account for 10% of. So over 90% of the monies they have accrued have been stolen through some of these dubious contracts.
Nana Poku, the thing is, President Obano, or say he's coming to protect the public purse, right?
Yes.
But on one auditor general,
Yes, because Dom Levo was telling the
exactly.
Truth. Dom Levo was at the people that are thieves.
You see,
Dom Levo was at the throat of Osafo Mafu, who had gone to steal Kroll and Associate money for work not done, or not even did Kroll and Associate do any work. Meanwhile, they had been paid in advance. According to
President one appointees. Edu poor minor. Now kuhuna koka no abe clear.
Yes.
This is the person.
So for me, Kwabena, I will give the NDC a certain message. We should not end here. It should be part of the campaign message. Look, what Ghanaians are clamoring to hear from John Mahama. And they say, because look, lives have perished because of their wickedness. Homes have been impoverished. Companies have been collapsed. Destruction has been the order of the day. Disappointment there, Kwabena, it has been like a friend say a chorus. And so I think, say, the NDC should make this part of a campaign project that will tell the story of how we have been ripped off and how Omoba, Omonkofi, Omusi Ebiasang, Watrinkofa, Pope John Paul, Emeka in the name of Jesus. Omonkofa or Hinia, Ntumam, what the Ntuma, Etisa bear sheet, Ufra bear sheet, every could do 2 for them. Ufra bear sheet, Oba, Yababeka, Oba sheet, no, curtains now, a free framono. Sa ahemfono, na mbekwa formono. When a mamma quine, Mamma ba bemwa, or Hina will fra, your friend is saying, a curtains. I'm a major can say, already made this year, no, Obia this year, or Ghana. Ghana on my way, will be able to go back on the mention. I will do 1 or 2 for by making him because you are in or 2 Nagas or in Admisa. Who do seek our bone when it is out of a chair or your senior? Free. And I may say, I free the free, the free one. Everywhere, now may Fakuna will soon mention Crobia if you are Santico Tokohini. Thank you. All right, senior man says marvelous work from Mother Ghana. Brakwa GH is here, Vivian Opon is here. All right, thank you. Ras Rapper says there has to be a serious accountability after this government is gone. All right, so Vivian Opon says Mother Ghana is proud of you guys. Well done, Patriots list well Kusipoku. Now Rampa says yes, Listo. That is all I want to hear.
Regina Lotte says, that's Ramity. That is my darling Listo. Brackwell G says, Listo, the best. Thank you. Vivian Upon says, thank you, guys. We have Lisbeth Forjo, Jack Turung Tuni. I'm tape, no. I dear be Uru document. I say, Chop Choco, also, Medas. Hello. Eja. What for the phone? What for the phone? Won't you ask us? We would have what is it? Eja, what for the phone?
Pacho my fan for more.
Pacho Frosty. Brackwame. Who are you for? Obojo. Pacho, side about phone so.
Pacho 1,000.
Wow. 10 million.
I swear.
10 million.
I swear.
Friday you bring. Friday Jacopo.
I know bring.
Beyes and Gaga. Friday you bring. Beyes and Gaga. Beyes and Gaga. Beyes and Gaga.
Commander, I don't know.
Charlie, who sit down? I have friend. Why? Friday you bring the every
Mate, never could go down.
Mate, we go back out. All right, all the best. Me pacho, see I'm just catching there. We been 1,000 up boom no. One air chrono. Me say me check 2,000.
Send be ya ebe hu se scanner ba no. Enka omo send scanner me ehwe.
Omo send mami. Say e betri aba me phone.
Ba phone so dia that is scanner ba.
So, any atievo. Yeah, dear Baru. Oh, that was you. Top choco. Your top choco chocolate spread. Yeah, the fabrudum edi. And Kodani John, Mpeniani John, and so ne de. Ne mampumdine. Ye come say. If you see a man see a giatum. And your top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. Aha, we are near Abuboso. Ya ne de no instruction kwa na ohia una akro no top choco was from 0243 033 033 Nana Kofi in case was list where you denye we bui listening to you from Awosh. Greetings to someone Honto. All right, thank you. Kofi Yaira is here on our Facebook page. Honto ava one more see so sauce and no and Baumia, this is the 3rd time. This sister Cotton tricycles ya bono. PDS Baumia, and it's becoming like we are creating another thief.
No, he's
already. Yeah. On try uncle.
Ofa we me monitor na me wi amakoji efe. O say
Onia me wa adwuma hintu
nti wo de me monitor no makoho. Ibrahim Mahama ene yafunukura ene sisikura Mahama busu afrimu no. Na me hyira wo mo. Na me hyira wo mo to the stand say omo nkasa omuni ano a yede kon. Ano omunim ensa yede kon. Nanso omusu ene omo ban. Our mother na di ntina ade chi ade sana ebre kuma wo mo. Mahama be president. Before that na Mahama e vice president. Mahama nuanum ye bebre. Omo a e chen no ene omo a o chen omo. Mahama nua ba ko pe.
Eno cry in the cousin.
Dabi enye and me ka Mahama nua a cheso ni free papa ba ko.
Okay.
Ba ko pe Ibrahim Mahama ni di ba abamu no yete e politics mu no na e de na nsu ata ire fa Ghana for over 150 a war cycle 130 a war cycle ana ode na dwuma afo no no tuo mo ka tuo mo senate se aban wo mfidie fama ya ne nkoti gata ne ma free adwuma sisira branda pa ene akufu ado aban ebe ye cost Ghana $43 million Ibrahim Mahama yesa adwuma no e de mangana free wo yesa adwuma no asmo mo be kan ni say eye aban track wo di engineers and planners sticker abo ho no che say ye de wo pese ohwia amo grantee interview ka say the Bible ka so difo bia ni animunyam wo ne krom na de ono so betima ye de amagana ni yegu nani mu ase because ninua any president nanso akufo do to opposition ya de ekunu Ibrahim Mahama nya na mananwu na wakutua ne medical bills akufo no ntimi nhwe no ho ya de Ibrahim Mahama na etua ne medical bills de man ye nkrofo bebre MPP ni bi also ndidi Ibrahim Mahama fie no nya MPP ni
obi kura atwe yi
nanso enam politics ene ni nua Mahama ni NDC ntino oman kind de Ibrahim Mahama ye mo as a person oman nwen Ghana fo a enso no yiri ye ku omo mabusuafo mafra ye nyanka na awisia na ekunafo they went after Ibrahim Mahama tarnish him Ibrahim Mahama enam Ghana mrakwa so ekoje concession a obetu bauxite na nu nyina hini wonde ekoye a chese onyan to bauxite no kura no ahya ase development ne makuru no
yeah a lot
and then go to bauxite and kan nyina hini kene eho ba be number 1 yesini nuane Mahama ntino
mind you ehon so no free o ehon na ne ma
yesini nuane Mahama ntino yama Ashanti regional minister Kwabena no ono opo adwuma no miensa so duru fi anadwo no ndu baako between 3 to 11 p.m. no tinsa ensawiase obawe nsasa na wako ensajase mo wakosisa Ibrahim Mahama mfidie emeko wiase a contract ni license or wompo no 18 cubic contract ye revoke and license ye revoke ye yes here the comma China ni China for ba betu no mama is scanning the air kwan year of road barter trade but o me say kan achievement ho all because of Mahama Ibrahim Mahama ankasa Ibrahim Mahama ni jata cement merchant bank gu yes o ne gu no akwaje bosia
obi aso gibio
kene Japan say Ibrahim Mahama nkojela twan kodamu a ene at a point na Canada Japan ankasa kra ya ambassador majata cement hwadio sa rant obe rant nyina Ibrahim Mahama ankasa wan responde wan kahwe FMPP fu a crucify Ibrahim Mahama yen crucify na afomu ba be ye brand ambassadors at the majata cement Ibrahim Mahama pe Mahama nuan mo aka nyina obie ni ho a MPP by 7 years ni 8 years o yahu contract we real contract we Mahama nuan e de man no
not Ibrahim Mahama kra no onya contract ba ko pe
na Baumia mate o La Paz abeka La Paz adwuma wo yen mate sunsawam wonu mienu Abraham Baumia and Aneta Baumia just one day ya the contract mienu I assume 80 million Ghana cedis ya signed the amount 87 ya signed the amount Baumia
Umbe onyaba ndi say
Aneta
min maneta Baumia bio
umbe driver mponie mate mponie
mate hu choboni
ena car ni enko horo mpo no what to can kobes wo de kofie na ofie fo ahoro ho agiskala ansa na wo de aba station Baumia conflict of interest so sourcing we anko tender yes anko tender and for you know kura no or ye tu musika ma mo dadampo
o ya tu say documents eka
mo mreko a contractors aye adwuma more than 10 years 7 years 8 years
so I into am no be gu apro
what evidence you okra say adwuma for my
Baumia karma is real they said that potro be wu no and e be hu ne tenten na we di apotro we di onyanwuye nanso yetimi measure no ahu ne tenten na just 5 minutes bi na me mfante GFA for Ansah 7 bi Is it? No nana ya sende me mami ameka se de bi oti adwumadi a o contribute awo ye o sende me coach bi na coach we specifically Valerie pilot or no ena a try and I say na numas was say a people overwhelmed by mediocrity condemns itself to failure and misery when they know more about football than their own rights, when they scream louder for a goal than for an injustice, and when they demand more from players than from their leaders. That's more kind. Excellent. When I'm mommy motivating me. And then Ansah, yes, Ghana and Central Phobia. Sports. And in Crophobia, I must save Ghana football. On my demonstration. Now, on my omulidi demonstration, no, Michael Ampon, Akukufunu, Senga, Waka organizers in home. Nicholas Omania Champon, Zavanat Pania, Waka you know, Countryman Zunku, Eka Hona Dan Kokuya Boa, Esoka. I know me demonstration against who? Keto Okreku any day, GFA. Me, whatever is happening at the GFA, no. Meaning say almost one game or moody. But ye pe Ghana football essay any po say Ghana football asamwejan any question yantechi omone say Ghana football GFA no omone say no asamwejan na the politics area blasters camp na speaker of parliament or parliament back when or so or fight against corruption na
politics in Black Stars camp acho
oh nana the man here no I did say no asamwejan
okay
asamwejan and the mayor carry sika free Ghana egu play mu for Brazil
sorry for interrupting me. I witnessed the days of Savage and Black president any Rollins no issues in Black Star. I witnessed it because me na me hwe ball pa 1992 the abedi pele ene Tony Yabuanom that time MPP NDC PNDC ko pie was Senegal
the clash
yeah so this kind of things but what can be say ya ne de me fo no so asamojan kwase won say mu kena yeah
asamojan de politics ira blasters
yeah
eba ye o kan krofo a ekeki against Mahama Mutu
yeah
no me say football back when or speaker or speaker of parliament or boamia fight against corruption he blame me Anas say Ghana football by biaba bedru no Anas can be because Anas na koya under cover and a chick was in yantechi.
Look, let me tell you.
Oh, where you making that statement?
No. Yeah, me ma wanu crazy. Whoever mentions Anas is corrupt. Is a thief. Obi bia obo Anas di bia no unim etwetwamene ene so ayana. Wo de hwe obi a o pe French pere yo no because say uti fo yanti amoanku. Bagbe ada o kan asase no. Na me tu kwan. Me real who say
when they saw fighting corruption speaker of parliament.
Oh boy, he's corrupt.
Blaming Anas, say Anas akoya undercover me achi kwesi nyantechi. I was president Shenibotom, vice president Shenibotom. Ultimately na toso within 1 hour I drafted 5 contracts. Near this kind to know. Oh, thank you. Oh, for shopping. Oh, thank you. Within 1 hour, no, I did more.
Now, sir, was going to teach me Seremon and see a chilling.
Sir, Kokobo, Akada Kokobo.
Sika, Mr. Madame Vico by Penny NDC time. He's getting your teacher. Yeah, Madame, we Madame, or Parija, Parija. Now, Santo Parija, no papa. Papa no so ukonifia opie ya skabondo bondo no tunisi osida
somdie
enti yeto se ya papa de pie no to bondo ba kwa to parija na so ogie no de ka som afedi nam so parija no obi twele ni se na o anwi bi no fita bi da ya se na yaba the who one net Opare, can you know
Obodi sketio.
Those opare can you know se Kwabena for assessment.
Obodi sketio.
Back to business. Kwasi nyantachi Asamoah omune de Ghana football. Because under Mahama NDC support be ana blaster GFA here be omode ma omo. Ne blasters making progress. Tournament awodo omoko but because NDC ntino ye the politics ra on say no. Enti na Asamoah edaso ye ne ya say Andrew Dede eye captain of the Blasters. Na hwe nkrofo a omulidi demonstration no. Michael Lampon
MVP for kwa.
Bema wa ye Jerry. Oh. Say permit so
those things.
Akukofunu o se dey.
Those things.
And now today. You have no idea the harm these guys are causing Ghana.
Yes,
for.
but it's his lifestyle.
Wo ya Kufuado ambassador. Una obonyuma Kufuado. Una ye campaign. Uni ye Nicolas Omania champion. Ene MP Kufuado be president no. Na enyom na bobodi die. Na mo bonyumu a na nkrofo mu CD ni mu cassette na mu ko shows. Ena Kufuado be president. Kire me da Nicolas Omania champion release song ne ampon. Na ni wasi obivi eye Lumba.
Studio
was you obi film Lumba because Lumba didn't sika MPP or Lumba's another MPP didn't sika and to about this song and no di pesika Akufuado asay Ghana MPP na ugina oya nyoma no na asay Ghana ma bia ka bia bia untimi mbie wano kasenti Akufuado dia wo akwa kugina GFA so okoye demonstration against or GFA no Ketokreku na approve budget for Blasters on approve. Why they approve budget for Blasters tournament from coin? Why they approve budget no? Why they release funds no? Why they cover Blaster coach no and what they call your coach we? Why they cover na buy? Enya Gabi asotire da kon.
Gabi.
Kante man Sonko.
Ojane show.
2019 Akufuado promising Ghana for so be see 88 hospitals during COVID-19. Agenda 188 or chance agenda 88. On see one. Then Akufuado that sorry also affair the mine agenda 111. And a Ghana for bisa so na mu ekwa didie ma ya ye ka fufurogum. Ye nya sa kwa ya wo hwe na we dia so onware da. Country man Sonko etimedi Ghana for atem ka kire say ya bobodam adenti ne yen give you Akufuado benefit of the doubt. More fire.
No, but that is his opinion.
That is opinion. And to me, my opinion ni.
So that opinion, no, what problem about you? You had your opinion that time as a media practitioner. He had his opinion. He never talked about you, your opinion. Was my opinion on him?
I never stop him from expressing his opinion. But on no opinion also is subject to critic.
We the be be for lawyer them.
The man the
opinion. Look, someone can express an opinion on your opinion. The fact that the person didn't express an opinion at the earlier stage doesn't mean he doesn't have an opinion.
But on only the other sector or no far a year on my sika. Taxpayers' money. Sonko doesn't live on taxpayers' money.
Yes, but he is not also immune to.
Until on that is what Sonko only be.
I'm saying he is not immune.
But Okreku
he has made a public statement.
Me taxes and not surviving on it.
Yes, but Kwabena, everyone can criticize you.
Yes, of course.
Yes, because you are on the public airwaves.
So we say Ketokreku you tax man Akufuado dey need tia ne ka. Again, the Akufuado ka. There be again the Akufuado ka. Then the same Ghanaian tax.
Yes.
And now we be catch so ko see agenda 88 hospitals. Who see one? Who sorry ya?
tertiary institutions. And so most of those gathered here are young students who belong to the team of the various universities. I'm saying this because we have other people watching, and this Building Ghana tour has focused on bringing as many people from outside the party to come and speak as possible. And people have been following the tour. So they'll find this a bit more political than the usual interactions we have with carpenters and masons and nurses and others. So I just want to let you know this is a political program. It's organized by our youth wing, and it's our students from the tertiary educational institutional networks that are represented here. My children, I'll call you children because most of you are about the same age as my children sitting here. I want to thank you for your enthusiasm, and to say that any time I attend any of your Campus Connect programs, I leave here so energized, and I leave here with the assurance that the party is in safe hands. Because the next generation of Akatamansonians and the next generation of social democrats are ready to take over from our generation and move Ghana forward. So let me thank you very much for what has been a great program. This is the last program we're having in the Greater Accra Building Ghana tour, and I think that you have represented your various campuses very well with the very poignant suggestions that you have made. We all know the economic crisis our country is going through, and I just wish to emphasize that let nobody tell you different. It is a self-inflicted economic crisis. These people were warned and cautioned for years, and they refused to listen to sound judgment and experience. The driver and his mates let me say it for emphasis. The driver Banza and his mates they were going into a ditch, and we the passengers and the experienced drivers who are in the bus were shouting and telling them the bus is going into a ditch and don't mind us. Because from as far back as 2019, we saw for the first time in our history, we had data that was presented to Parliament that was different from data that was presented to the International Monetary Fund and others. And in the data that he showcased to the Eurobond to borrow more money, he did not add the energy sector debt, he did not add the banking sector clean-out debt, he did not add the collateralization of the Energy Sector Levy Act. All those things he didn't add, so that he can get a budget deficit of 5% and below. But if you added all those other things that he put as appendixes to the budget deficit, then the budget deficit already was about 9%. And so he used this subterfuge, and within 6 years borrowed from the Eurobond market alone up to $13.5 billion. Not CDs. In 6 years, $13.5 billion. All the work we did in this country, in my term as office for 4 years, NDC, Terminal 3, all the other development projects, Kwame Nkrumah Interchange, Kaswa Interchange, all the hospitals we built, Shai Osudoku Hospital, Greater Accra Regional Hospital, all those things we built, we borrowed not more than $3.5 billion from the Eurobond market. But 13.5 billion, if they borrowed it and put it into infrastructure, this country would not be where it is today. Today, look at the roads. And the thing is, they rely just on propaganda. And so the president comes and says, we've built more roads than any government in history. But the reality, we can see the roads. The roads are all in poor shape. This is the first government that doesn't know that you have to maintain a road after you built it. And so all the roads that we left them, today go and see, they are riddled with potholes. And they believe that you can use propaganda and lies to run a country. You can use it to seize power, but you cannot use propaganda and lies to run a country. Because eventually, those lies will unravel. The president says, we've done 10,000 kilometers of roads. If you take a plane from Accra and you fly directly to China, that is 10,000 kilometers. So if you've done roads from here to China, where are the roads? You know? But Bob Marley sang a song, and he said, who feels it knows it. Ghanaians are living the reality of their lives. And so you can do all the propaganda you like. You can do all the miscommunication you like. If the fundamentals are weak, you can do all the propaganda you like. You can tell all the lies you like. If the fundamentals are weak, the reality of Ghanaians' lives will expose you. And so we are living the reality. And it's universal, from the Atlantic Ocean to our northern border, from our border with Togo to Cote d'Ivoire. Every Ghanaian feels the pinch. And when you see somebody who is not fit for office, they are the kind of people who after 8 years will, and as long as you don't take responsibility, you cannot fix a problem. And so I am certain that the good people of Ghana have seen through the misinformation that they were fed in 2016. I said, and I believe that everything God does is necessary, and everybody must go through his own experience to move to the next level of understanding. And so it was meant to happen. And so in 2016 I said, posterity shall be the judge. But you know, in the Bible, posterity used to take generations. Your great-grandchildren and great-grandchildren's children will come before God exacts his anger. But now we have a digital God. He serves the judgments very quickly, immediately, in real time. He says it now. So Ghanaians have come to the judgment that has been 8 years of going in reverse. This driver did not know that there was a forward gear, and so he changed into reverse and he's moved our country backward. And the point I make is, when a driver has been reckless with your vehicle and he's going to throw it into a ditch, when you take that vehicle and you're going to repair it, the driver and his mate who threw the vehicle into the ditch, are you going to take that vehicle and give it to the same mate who was with the driver? And so I'll leave it there. But let me comment a bit about the issues you raised. And some of them are similar to things I've talked about already. So I'm not going to comment on everything. I'll just take a few and talk about them. Fatima, is it? From GIJ. She spoke about how young women will benefit from the migration policy I spoke about. What I said was, migration is not a bad thing. It is a positive thing. Many places of the world are beginning to have population growth rates lower than the survival rate of the population. And so they are beginning to suffer labor shortage. And are willing to accept professionals from other countries who can come and supplement their labor shortage. So my point is, why don't we expand the training of nurses and teachers and doctors and seamen? And done it successfully is Philippines. Philippines earns $30 billion every year from remittances from their citizens abroad. You know how much Ghana earns? $4 billion. Philippines earns $30 billion. And so nurses will benefit, doctors will benefit, all manner of people will benefit. But first we have to remove the quota system so that we can increase the numbers that are coming for training. Like she said, 1,000-something people applied, 300 and something were taken. And we removed the quota system. And when we removed it, the first year we removed the quota system because we were removing the allowances. Recruitment into teacher training colleges jumped up by 63%. And there was one guy who wrote a letter to me. He had been applying for 4 years and had not got the opportunity. The date we removed the quota system and we moved the alawa out of place, he got admission. And so he wrote a letter thanking me for getting the opportunity to come and train as a teacher. But we did not say we were taking the alawa away without replacing it. We had come up with what we call the enhanced students loan, which meant that you are going to get more money under the students loan than was being given at that particular time. And so we said, as tertiary education institutions, we will migrate everybody onto the student loan. We will top it up so that you get more money, so that we do away with the allowances. Driver and his mate said, no, we can pay. And so when we come, we will pay your allowances. And so I don't know what they are doing tonight. I don't know where driver is. I don't know where driver's mate is. But if they are watching Wazer TV or any of the other TVs, I'm at Accra College of Education. And the teacher trainees here say, I should tell you that the alawa, it hasn't come. You promised to pay. And you must live up to your promise. So if you are listening, as soon as possible, tell the Minister of Finance to process their alawa so that they can receive their money. With regards to Professor Gabwa, I thank you very much. He is one of our progressive intellectuals. I had a very nice meeting with them not too long ago. And we exchanged ideas. And as he said, he's happy that one of them, that is Professor Nana Jane, is a member of the Progressive Intellectuals, and she has been endorsed as the running mate. And so I know that history is going to be made 7th January 2025 by the grace of God, inshallah, Progressive Intellectuals. It is not just the efforts in helping us to win the elections, but that you avail yourself to be the policy backstop for this government. I was addressing you. I said it's not just about helping us to win the election, but after we win, we need you as the policy backstop for the new government that comes, in order that the government will be successful. I've said that when we win, we'll hold a dialogue of education stakeholders to review not only the free SHS, but to review implementation sector, to indicate and roll out what we need to do to reach the outcomes that we want to reach. And so all of you prepare for that. It is going to happen, as I said, within the first 100 days of when I become president of this country. And maybe I'll say for the last time, we are going to make the licensing of teachers a part of your final year program in school. So you are not going to come out and now write another exam, by the time you come out of College of Education, you would be a licensed teacher ready to go on posting. With all the other issues, I have noted them. The pharmacy students talked about the difficulty of getting licenses to establish pharmacies, and then they also talked about interest rates on loans being too high. Grassack talked about low bursaries for research and accommodation problems, graduate unemployment, and so on and so forth. And finally, the lecturer from ACE talked about the National Teaching Framework and all that, and talked about licensing of students. And so I just want to say that we thank you very much. NDC is ready to govern. This has been a very useful exercise. Everything you've said here has been recorded by Beatrice Annan and is going straight to our manifesto drafting committee. And when the manifesto is done, we will circulate it, and all of you can go in and see how we've captured the issues that you raised. And so I thank you very much. May God richly bless all of you. Thank you.
The victory of Muhammad. The victory of Muhammad.
May you dethrone the MPP in the name of Jesus. For the sake of the crying masses of Ghana, may you dethrone in the name of Jesus. And Lord, we pray that by your grace and by your mercy, O God, you will choose for us a new leader who is a man after your own heart, a man of honesty, a man of wisdom, and a man, O God, of righteousness. That Lord, by your grace, you will enthrone His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Countries who can come and supplement their labor shortage. So my point is, why don't we expand the training of nurses and teachers and doctors? And he's going to throw it into a ditch. When you take that vehicle and you're going to repair it, the driver and his mate who threw the vehicle into the ditch, are you going to take that vehicle and give it to the same mate who was with the driver? And so I'll leave it there. But let me comment a bit about the issues you raised. And some of them are similar to things I've talked about already. So I'm not going to comment on everything. I'll just take a few and talk about them. Fatima too, is it? From GIJ. She spoke about how young women will benefit from the migration policy I spoke about. What I said was, migration is not a bad thing. It is a positive thing. Many places of the world are beginning to have population growth rates lower than the survival rate of the population. And so they are beginning to suffer labor shortages and are willing to accept professionals from other countries who can come and supplement their labor shortage. So my point is, why don't we expand the training of nurses and teachers and doctors and seamen and butlers, pilots? I mean, let's expand the training of all professionals. We will utilize some of them ourselves. and the others we can export them, and they would bring remittances back home. One country that has done it successfully is Philippines. Philippines earns $30 billion every year from remittances from their citizens abroad. You know how much Ghana earns? $4 billion. Philippines earns $30 billion. They don't have a big shipping fleet, and yet if you go on any ship, a Korean ship, a Japanese ship, Singaporean ship, any ship you go on, most of the crew are Filipinos. If you go to hospitals abroad and you look at the nurses, most of the nurses there are Filipinos. If you go to countries where they are caregivers, most of the caregivers are Filipinos. You go to hotels, most of the hotel managers, supervisors, and everything are Filipinos. And so let's expand the training. Let's use what we can, and the rest we can export. And so we're going to have, as part of a ministry under the new administration, a ministry that will be responsible for signing agreements with other countries so that we can export some of our professionals to go and work on fixed contracts. 5 years, they go and work, they earn some money, they come back with their experience and come back and work in Ghana. We can do that for our nurses, the foreign countries, so that you can pass those competence tests. And we will train you to be able to pass the IELTS, that's the test of English as a language. And when you have passed and you get a job, you go, you migrate properly, we have a contract, they say they're accepting you for 5-year terms, you buy your, how do they call those things? When you're going to marry, the dowry. You buy your dowry items, you come back, your boy is waiting for you, you come and marry, and you settle down. To Korea, and so when I was speaking to them, I said, let's sign an agreement. They even need agricultural workers in Korea to help work on their farms and other places, and so there is opportunity for migration. So in one of the ministries, I'm not sure which yet, but let's celebrate here. You have lost some few thousands of CDs. Thank you very much. Let me express my sincerest appreciation to you for giving us your time. I know you are all extremely busy people, and that these few hours you spent with me here, you have lost some few thousands of CDs. And so I appreciate the time you spent here. And may God replenish it, and that this interaction we have had here would be financially beneficial to you, and that you will be happy, because if you are happy, I will also be happy. We've discussed so many things. I can't touch on all of them, but what I get from the representative of the stevedores is that we should do some stakeholder consultation, and it should be geared towards making our port competitive, because this is all about competition. We are not the only port on the Atlantic coast, west coast of Africa. We're in competition with Abidjan, we're in competition with Lomé, we're in competition with Cotonou, we're in competition with Apapa. And so we must be as competitive as possible so that our port will be the first port of choice. And indeed, that is why that investment was made to build this new port. Because I used to fly from Kotoka Airport, and anytime I was going to the east, the plane will turn over the ocean and start heading eastwards. And I used to see this long line of ships waiting to enter the old harbor. And I asked Ray at the time, I said, what is happening? Why is there such a queue? He says, oh, apart from the MPS berth that is working efficiently in the port, the other berths are old and all that. And so once ships must come in 10 by 10. And I said, so then let's get a new port where we can expand the volumes. And that was the thinking that went into the MPS partnership. Government could not do it alone. We didn't have the kind of muscle to borrow the money and do it. And so we told Gapoha, I said, look, you and your MPS have a partnership in the MPS berth in the old port. Can you raise the financing and invest in a new port for us? Which is what has happened. Phase 2 is yet to be developed. It means that if phase 2 is developed, it's going to be even bigger volumes. And so we must make sure that we are as efficient as possible, even with the operation of phase 1, so that when phase 2 comes, we'll be the leading port in the whole of the West African sub-region. Tema or Takrady, and so I've taken note of that. We also talked about fair assessments of import taxes and duties, and then everybody seemed to be mentioning shipping line charges, and I think that you intimidated the shipping line, so they didn't come, because I also wanted to hear their point of view, but unfortunately they are not here. But it's something everybody mentions. Everybody has mentioned it. Yesterday also the Okai spare parts traders, they also mentioned it. And the suggestion was that we decouple the release of documents from the shipping lines so that we can regulate that area better. We have taken note of that. And that's the administrative charges should be on the bill of lading. It should not be disaggregated per container, because you don't process every container individually. And so, and then Association of Clearinghouse Agencies says we need an ally to regulate the freight forwarding sector. We have the Customs Act, and so we need an ally below that to specify exactly what should be there. My brother Asaki, importers and exporters, said you must join and pay your dues as quickly as possible. You are an importer. Yes. And they complained of too many state agencies doing nothing at the port, just levying, taking monies. And so let's get a list of them. Let's see what they are doing. And those who don't need to be at the port should go and sit in their ministries and do their work from there. I'll leave the issue of divaning to Ray. I'm not an expert in that area. The divaning and the reefer station and all that, I'll leave it to Ray to comment on it after I have finished. The Regional Maritime University, Awingo Beta, I agree with you perfectly. Philippines is making so much money from their seafarers. They're just training so many of them. They don't have the ships. But any ship you take, Japanese ships, Korean ships, any ship you take, the seafarers are Filipinos. And they remit their money back home. Philippines makes almost $30 billion a year from their seafarers, from their nurses, their caregivers, and all that kind of thing. And so it's something that we need to look at and tap into. Let's train the seafarers, let's certify them to international standard, and let's also export them to go and work in other places. He talked about the stevedore agents. There's not enough work. We've licensed too many, and so everybody's share of the cake has become so small that it's not very profitable. Indigenization of freight forwarding, he also mentioned it. Then looking at the whole tariff system again, we need to rationalize the whole structure again. I was looking at the paper Ashmore was showing, the one he used to clear his containers, and we counted the charges, and for that container alone there were 19 different charges. And even I saw one for cars, and for the car they are up to 22 different charges. We need to rationalize them so that we encourage both imports and exports, grow the volumes, and improve our economy. And so we'll look at that. Nana Fredua, yeah, the management of RMU, for what I hear, the rector was suspended, who was a Ghanaian. I don't know for what reasons he was suspended. And so the current rector is acting. For how many years? 3.5 years acting. Okay. Okay. That they say the rector was an NDC man, and so he was suspended.
Runs around the clock with a 3-shift work schedule in many sectors. The intent is to transform Ghana into first a self-sufficient and then an export-led economy. To be clear, we are not creating a command economy with centralized planning. That would be at variance with our social democratic principles as a party. Specifically, one, we will combine government support and private sector involvement to realize the 24-hour economy. We'll establish a comprehensive policy framework that supports the growth of a 24-hour economy. Legislation will be introduced to support businesses operating 24/7, including looking at the labor laws, tax incentives, and regulations that ensure workers' rights are protected. Favorable tax policies will be adopted so that businesses can reduce their operational costs and stay competitive. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will enjoy smart metering calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours at night time based on a time of use tariff system. Financing support will be provided for certain strategic agro-processing industries and manufacturing companies to boost production for value addition, self-sufficiency, and increased exports. Knowing that government is the biggest spender in the economy, we shall boost demand by ensuring that all government ministries, agencies, district assemblies, and state-owned enterprises buy made-in-Ghana goods and procure the services of Ghana-based firms where available. For instance, we should be buying electric cables produced in Ghana, transformers produced in Ghana, vegetable cooking oil produced in Ghana, soaps and detergents produced in Ghana. And I think that government being the biggest spender in the economy, if it makes a deliberate policy to procure goods produced in Ghana, we should create the kind of demand that will make our industries run 24/7 to meet that demand. We will address safety and security measures to ensure smooth operations across all sectors during these extended hours. We will see to the availability of the necessary infrastructure such as transport networks, public amenities and security systems, including a well-regulated and monitored private security architecture to facilitate round-the-clock activities. Technology and digital infrastructure investments would also be prioritized to enable automation and seamless operations. We cannot have a successful 24-hour economy without an aggressive expansion in our exports. I will therefore personally chair an accelerated Export Development Council which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African... Sorry. Let me take that again. I said I'll personally chair an accelerated Exports Development Council, which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. There will be extensive consultation and collaboration with various stakeholders, including CEOs like you, businesses, and our workers' unions. Businesses will be encouraged to empower the workforce with the necessary skills and training to thrive in a 24-hour economy, focusing on the most impacted sectors. Sanitation, cleaning services, garbage collection, and environmental protection will also form a significant part of the 24-hour economy. Financial services at the ports, shipping agencies, and customs will be enabled to work additional shifts at night and weekends to allow for 24/7 clearing of goods from our ports. This will help reduce demurrage charges on importers and reduce congestion at our ports. My brothers and sisters, there will be no limit to the sectors the 24-hour economy initiative will target, and the benefits, I can assure you, will be enormous. As a young child, I worked through a 3-hour shift when my father was a business person in the north. He was the largest commercial rice farmer and owned a rice processing plant. And I used to do day shifts and do night shifts. We can do it again. Through the 24-hour economy, we will create new, decent, and well-paying jobs for our youth, reduce unemployment, which is a significant challenge, and improve the living standards of Ghanaians. Also, the 24-hour economy will provide greater flexibility and convenience for workers and allow citizens to access goods and services at any time of the day. We will improve infrastructure, lighting, and security at all entertainment districts, such as Osu, Oxford Street, Akala Pass, East Legon, Lagos Avenue, etc., to allow operations throughout the night. Consider hospitality, transportation, and security, including a well-regulated and monitored private security establishment. These will enhance the consumer experience and create a thriving and dynamic economy. And let me add that the 24-hour economy will also attract foreign direct investment to stimulate the local economy and create more employment opportunities. The intent is to transform Ghana into first a self-sufficient and then an export-led economy. To be clear, we are not creating a command economy with centralized planning. That would be at variance with our social democratic principles as a party. Specifically, one, we will combine government support and private sector involvement to realize the 24-hour economy. Abekala Pass, East Legon, Lagos Avenue, etc., to allow operations throughout the night. Consider hospitality, transportation, and security, including a well-regulated and monitored private security establishment. These will enhance the consumer experience and create a thriving and dynamic economy. And let me add that the 24-hour economy will also attract foreign direct investment to stimulate the local economy and create more employment opportunities for Ghanaians. We would wage a strong fight against corruption, God willing, from 7th January 2025, which shall implement a series of transition measures to address the economic decline and set Ghana on the path to recovery. To reduce waste and save money for investments in the economy. And the sword of the fight against corruption will cut both ways, against past government officials of the incumbent administration, against civil and public servants, businesses, and government suppliers, if they fall foul of the law. We'll review our laws governing the extractive industry so that Ghana can increase its share and increase local participation in the exploitation of our natural resources. I believe that with the improved revenue from savings made from the reduced size of government, the anti-corruption fights, fast-track operationalization of new oil and gas wells, licensed investments in the mining sector, and a revamped cocoa sector, we can ease the heavy burden of tax that has been placed on Ghanaian households and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we in the NDC have never claimed to be the repositories of all knowledge, and so we look forward to the mutual sharing of ideas and insights with you as I have reached Abekala Pass, East Legon, Lagos Avenue, etc., to allow operations throughout the night. Consider hospitality, transportation and security, including a well-regulated and monitored private security establishment. These will enhance the consumer experience and create a thriving and dynamic economy. And let me add that the 24-hour economy will also attract foreign direct investment to stimulate the local economy and create more employment opportunities, God willing, from 7 January 2025, we shall implement a series of measures to address the economic decline and set Ghana on the path to recovery. The proposed 24-hour economy forms a part of NDC's vision to build the Ghana we want together. And let me reiterate that our quest to build the Ghana we want together with you will be premised on 1, building an industrialized, inclusive, and resilient economy that creates well-paying jobs, creating an equitable, healthy, and prosperous nation, developing well-planned, safe communities while protecting the natural environment, building efficient and dynamic institutions for national development, and strengthening Ghana's role in African and international affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the 24-hour economy may have finally resonated with Ghanaians. It may be classified as an idea whose time has come due to Ghana's self-inflicted economic crisis today. Because the 24-hour economy initiative has been well thought through and was captured on page 105 of the NDC's 2020 People's Manifesto. Indeed, its roots emanate from the 40-year National Development Plan that was developed by the National Development Planning Commission, which was put together when I was president of this country. Unfortunately, the present government discarded the 40-year development plan and replaced it with a Ghana Beyond Aid plan that has rather turned Ghana into a beggar nation. Stripped to the essentials, ladies and gentlemen, the 24-hour policy will be anchored as an economy that runs around the clock with a 3-shift work schedule in many sectors. The intent is to transform Ghana into first a self-sufficient and then an export-led economy. To be specifically, 1, we will combine government support and private sector. God willing, from 7 January 2025, we shall implement a series of transition measures to address the economic.
Be that as it may, honorable members, I also bring to your attention the receipt of a process from the courts titled Robson Nelson Eche K. Suit number J1/12/2024, which process was served on the 19th, that is yesterday, March 2024, and an injunction motion on notice.
Ahocher, Mecha Hashepa, all Kodo, Asia Penin, Afraba, Obibiara, Asgana, yes, the Ahocher na dos. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, when you are making our everything crap to Yerika Bob, they have built the Ghana together. As a Marisha Fiwan, and Buana supports in the campaign for 2024 election, JM 2024. As a Marisha Fiwan, when somebody can do see good governance card in the good governance card, your card, and you was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card. What did you do? And my wusi kanya ma wa hoze the bottom. Now also ajoze. Also one peda what good governance card. When this kaya 40, 30, 10 citizens so. The bottom abo short code *248# says hash. Now also ascend the was it. Good governance card. Peda joze na support JM 2024. The bottom afra 0534 000 261 now 0531 033 503 and now 050 982 3400. And our internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernance. Mayan Kambo, they am build Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama, Nyamin Shah.
Midimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra, Midimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Midimafo Herbal Clinic Accra. And you won't hear passengers a gumi kaimi, a Honda do one aircraft. Hey, and this Accra and put them at the mall. And yet the Mwampa, the Sadia, Atlantic International University, American Memu, about Dr. Dujanfi Abasu, honorary degree as a professor in biology in herbal medicine. It is said here, I am Saro, I am more. Oh, Mr. Minim wife, your copa war, 1 year, 1 city. You send the 2 months and 8 years canon. Mr. Mukola, small. Chese, I did the one who any dear Siano. Yari Bia Tatia, and Dr. Tandaso and so. Diabetes, hepatitis B, prostate, hypertension, malaria. Yari Bia. You must say, who are go? Opposite government school. And then Krahanso, other PM, our Procrease, Maira Kwanoso. For a doctor, 0244 774 282. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. We go credit you, sir, and Multimania Award, a young word bestie. Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and Ansah Boya, the and coming to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Essay I want to say, near Kuro Etuno, near Anchor Awanum, Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwan Kaye.
Nancy Mamika say, and Miss Panacop Moekayeno. Greenfield Adormenti and was actually joined us with him.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultramodern laboratory and a diagnostic machine, sir. As you should be in Wankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Mumbai Dogon, Estate Junction. Last
MG moments from documentaries and reality shows are still available for pay. The drama on the amazing local shows is off the hook, so the whole family can still enjoy. Don't get me started on the Premier League, UEFA Europa League, Serie A, FA Cup, and the WWE action for me and you. There's even fun learning stuff to keep the kids entertained.
To the living room.
This Easter, the joy never stops, so stay connected to entertainment anywhere with GoTV Stream or enjoy it at home. GoTV, love it.
To restrain the speaker from proceeding with the vetting and be that as it may, honorable members, I also bring to your attention the receipt of a process from the courts titled Robson Nelson Eche K. Dafiamapo versus the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General. Suit number J1/12/2024, which process was served on the 19th, that is yesterday, March 2024, and an injunction motion on notice seeking to restrain the Speaker from proceeding with the vetting and approval of the names of the persons submitted by His Excellency the President until the provisions of the Constitution are satisfied. Honorable members, in the light of this process, the House is unable to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President, to use the language of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, quote, in the spirit of upholding the rule of law, unquote, until after the determination of the application for interlocutory injunction by the Supreme Court. Honorable members, this is the precedent that is being set by His Excellency the President for all Ghanaians to follow. So any matter that comes before Parliament, any Ghanaian can issue a writ and follow it with an application for injunction, and that is enough to injunct Parliament.
President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. At this point, the President may have to be innovative, dynamic, and think out of the box by downsizing the size of his government. Let me say that merely piling on numbers by way of appointing ministers and deputy ministers does not signal to the people of Ghana that the President understands the seriousness of the mess that he and his government has created in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that this may be a good time for President, the two top political parties, namely the NDC and the MPP, agree to downsize government size. The way forward. There is an urgent need to downsize the government in order to save the taxpayers a huge cost of running the government. Already, President Mahama has signaled that in his next government, he will not appoint more than 60 ministers. Interestingly, we are also aware that the Vice President, who was part of a government that appointed 125 ministers, has come round to also promise 50 ministers. So all what we are saying is that, may I ask, ladies and gentlemen from the media, what is the prudent justification for a Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, which with 2 deputy ministers and a Minister of State? Again, why do we have the same ministers and ministers of local government, 2 deputy ministers, and a minister of state at the Ministry of Local Government. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by saying that the Right Honourable Speaker has made an important call, a call for Parliament to unite against the autocratic tendencies of our president and this government. We in the NDC minority is ready to protect the sanctity of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And we stand with the Speaker of Parliament in this. Let the President of Ghana and his government be aware that where this country is going is strange under his watch, and the NDC minority will not countenance it. But I want to urge that it is obvious that His Excellency the President has breached the Constitution, and we will advise ourselves. In the coming days, don't be surprised that we will begin impeachment proceedings against the President.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana has also moved up 13 places in the Ease of Doing Business Index and is currently considered number 1 on the World Bank Index for West Africa. Mr. Speaker, there was widespread dissatisfaction with the road network in the country. Complaints covered poor state of urban roads, feeder roads, and highways. Many hours of sitting in traffic caused frustration and discomfort for urban commuters. Poor feeder roads and pothole-ridden highways increased maintenance costs for drivers and in turn led to increased fares and transport charges for goods. My tenure of office has seen some of the most massive investments in the road sector in the history of Ghana. My vision was to finish off road projects inherited, such as Achimota of Fankor, Awoshi Pokwase, Soko Line, Tetekwashi Adenta, etc. We also commenced and completed the Kwame Nkrumah interchange. We fast-tracked the construction and opening of the Kaswa overhead bridge. We completed the Airport Hills Bema Camp network of roads and completed the 37 Elwak Trade Fair Road. We've also invested more resources in continuing the Eastern Corridor Road project, asphalt overlay of roads in regional and district capitals, and massive investments in cocoa roads across the country. These have opened up our country significantly. Many other projects are ongoing, such as the Tema Motorway Runabout Decongestion Project, a new bridge from Flower Pot Runabout on the Spintex Road over the Accra Tema Motorway into East Legon. The others ready to commence with financing arranged, such as the Obiche-Bilamte interchange, the Pokwase interchange, and the motorway expansion project, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, the transport sector has also experienced marked improvements under this administration. Incentives such as reduction in cost of aviation fuel, improved airport infrastructure has seen a massive increase in both domestic and international travel. The Terminal 3 project at the Kotoka International Airport is progressing fast, and when completed will make Accra the most favored aviation destination in the whole of West Africa. Already the completed rehabilitation of the arrival hall in Terminal 2 has created much better comfort for passengers using Accra Airport. Kumasi and Tamale Airport expansion will also see increased passenger movement domestically. Wa and Ho are advancing steadily and hope to be open to commercial travel soon. Commencement of the bus rapid transit with dedicated bus lanes, christened Ayalolo Express, will create better comfort for urban commuters. Urban rail systems like the Sekendi Kojokrom Takrade line will ease the inconvenience of commuters in the twin cities. The Tema Akosombo line will soon start to maximize the use of the Volta Lake Transport Company for moving cargo for landlocked Sahelian countries up the Volta River to Buipe in the northern region. Work on the expansion of our 2 maritime ports at Takrady and Tema are ongoing and would lead to faster turnaround times for ships and larger throughput cargo volumes. Bulk cargo handling will also be more efficient. Mr. Speaker, our security forces were severely challenged when it came to logistics and equipment to fulfill their constitutional mandate. Today I can report with pride that vehicles, armored personnel carriers, rail control equipment, aircrafts, helicopters, fire tenders make up a few of the components of the investments we have made in our security services. Mr. Speaker, vehicles for judges and completion of the court complex has created a better atmosphere for the dispensation of justice. Implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan, which was unanimously adopted by this August House, remains on track. I wish to commend this House for the passage of numerous legislation, including the recent Public Financial Management Act, which strengthens our hands in the fight against corruption. I must, however, point out that public and civil society organizations are disappointed in our inability to pass the Right to Information Bill and are still hopeful that on the 6th of January, a consensus can be found to pass this bill into law. That the information I've provided is a snapshot of the current state of our nation. As I've said before, I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country. Our country, Ghana. This is why I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, holding the baton of leadership, prepared to pass it on with pride, goodwill, and determination to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and to ask all Ghanaians to cheer him on as he runs his portion of this important relay for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, I thank members of this House, and I thank the citizens of Ghana for the opportunity you have given me. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless our beloved homeland, Ghana. I thank you. Session that the information I've provided is a snapshot of the current state of our nation. As I've said before, I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. And as I said already, I'll run the leanest but most efficient government under the Fourth Republic by appointing not more than 60 ministers and deputy ministers. And I said already, I'll work to abolish the payment of ex gratia and cut out waste and ostentation in government. We shall work with Parliament and all stakeholders to complete the Constitution review process and strengthen the separation of powers. Government procurement is recognized as a major source of corruption and misappropriation of public funds. We will therefore, among other measures, set up an independent value for money office to scrutinize all government procurements that are above a $5 million threshold, or as shall be recommended by Parliament. I will give anti-corruption state institutions unfettered space to operate. The days of the clearing agents must come to an end on January 7, 2025. I'll also set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the matter of looted and stolen state lands. And the same commission will make recommendations for resolving the vexed issue of expropriated Gardangbe lands. And to deepen our democracy, the fourth estate of the realm, the media must also be given a conducive and collaborative atmosphere to operate as the fourth power that they ought to be without threats, harassment, and assassinations. In this regard, we shall speed up the investigation of the assassination of Ahmed Swale. And the perpetrators shall surely be brought to book. And as I said already, I'll run the leanest but most efficient government under the Fourth Republic by appointing not more than 60 ministers and deputy ministers. And I said already, I'll work to abolish the payment of ex gratia and cut out waste and ostentation in government. We shall work with Parliament and all stakeholders to complete the Constitution review process and strengthen the separation of powers. Government procurement is recognized as a major source of corruption and misappropriation of public funds. We will therefore, among other measures, set up an independent value for money office to scrutinize all government procurements that are above a $5 million threshold or as shall be recommended by Parliament.
Are suffering. Patients are suffering. Students are suffering. Traders are suffering. Pensioners are suffering. Drivers are suffering. Contractors are suffering. Civil servants are suffering. And farmers are suffering. Fishermen are suffering. And industries are suffering. Artisans are suffering. And kayaye are suffering. The disabled are suffering. And men are suffering. Women are suffering. And children and Ghanaians as a whole are suffering. I honestly believe, and I have called, that we found oil. But the borrowing of this government, the reckless borrowing of this government, has compromised the whole oil discovery. 6 times, you need 6 times of our oil revenue just to pay interest, not even capital. It's interest on the debt. So it is a really sad development. I mean, what fundamental issues that affect this economy have been addressed in this budget? You should ask yourself, what fundamental issues? If we had spent, the monies borrowed, and that money borrowed is the equivalent of some $37 billion over 7 years. Now, can you imagine what $37 billion can do in an economy? $37 billion. I mean, it's amazing transformation that you can see.
The investment the government is talking about. We are going to add about 800 megawatts of power.
But we are talking about a record. You can always talk. We are going to do this. The question is, what have you done? You've had 7 years in government. What have you done? I mean, your record should speak for itself. You shouldn't be waiting for the 8th year. The IMF, they can point to even a lot. Oh yes.
They will point to the Ridge Hospital. They will point to.
When the Kufuor administration was there, with such meager resources, so much can be pointed to as well. Infrastructure, as John Mahama says, if you point to infrastructure, you are engaging in an exercise of mediocrity. But the IMF managing director put the nail on the head when they said that the borrowing done by this government has been used for consumption. It's not me saying it. It's been used for consumption and not for investment. This is the IMF's assessment. And if you look at the data that supports what she's saying, the infrastructure to GDP ratio has come down from 9.1% when the President Kufuor was in office to 4.8% today. Infrastructure. You've borrowed so much, but you are reducing
101 and ye kasa mu akwa didie ma ya yanka fufuro mu ade na unwie kane no na yanya this idiot eti me kache yan Ghana fo ebusa president say adentina hu si 88 no e me chen kache say ya bodam
more fire
adentina yan give you Akufo the benefit of the doubt
more fire
meso hia na wo hwe ne kala wo beka so onware da
more fire
ene ofui wo wa hye mata so kwa demonstration against
more fire
mata wa hye mata so kwa demonstration against what who GFA
more fire
adentina wo dey won give you benefit of the doubt e market okreku
more fire
so wa tournament wa lusu ono so elected say the Akufo the to abaman why don't you give him benefit of the doubt
more fire
these are the people because almost ketokreku eye NDC ni
more fire
this is the mindset so oye NDC ni anti politics na no mo etwas no
more fire
dan kwaku yeboa say onu lead demonstration e de akọ eye GFA
no e de o GFA
omoyi no omoyi kwati nyanta chi free honom no anoman be expose person okodi nkonkonsa no mo pam no ani na nsakra
no e pure under who
omoyi kwati nyanta chi mu free honom no almost set interim committee bi no oka ho bi
ampa
no oka ho bi enti we mu ba ya no a wanya sa position ni bi mu no anoma ten no mo gan against the politics of GFA no se wuni mu a wo be ye adwuma makwase ana bia wo nyama adwun kwaso be ye adwuma de ama no and so you don't have to sit down for any idiot to fool us again. Oh sorry a oti Peace FM even when Togbe Afede
but I know Ketokreku is a criminal.
Togbe Afede me de miminim I don't have any
he's a criminal very stupid guy very foolish boy
and it's up to you have the details me I don't have
Ketokreku ye Jimmy Fuami who be that
yes
but your boy
I have nothing against
the way the guy has been able to run down the GFA.
Nana.
You think about it and you are like,
I mean, you have the most superior type.
Ghana, they won't consent to being
yes, when my ref me, because
the young class in view. Young
than Kokuya, what to Peace FM?
The young Kaketa save you.
Don't be afraid the cry returning the S Gracia. What's in Mahama returning S Gracia? No crown, just say Mahama on your say Mahama returning S Gracia because Mahama Kase Oba S Gracia go with him. This Dan Kokuya boy, on so when anymore. Obeka so Jaya on your as any tea and so can team. These are the people.
More fire.
These are the people who are radio so making mockery of John Dramani Mahama.
More fire.
One will buy out within the buyer Kufuado. One no, and now appointing the sports minister. Dan Kwakuya Bana wa fan a former minister for youth and sports as the Kesiama. Almost the same PP supporters don't call a Egypt. Ekodi Ghana's Kaka say I had the Yaban in the nearby.
More fire.
Where were you?
More fire.
Demonstration man away. Protest ben na we ye. When now approve GFA budget for your Cote d'Ivoire. Is it Ketokreku or is it a Kufuado? Under John Dramani Mahama na musu wonye no. Blasters be tournament bi ya do mo budget. Ebe to ho. Omo koba sika omo spend ye eni sika eka akire omo be state ni nyina. Edu Kufuado so a omo tournament esi da bi omo nkodi omo ba na afia bebu contest ka omo di ye. And the end say how much you are going to spend. This corrupt government is there. Who is that who are demonstration against a GFA? Yantia, and a Kufuado of us say, a Gabi, a Kofa, a Chris Wood, he's in the buy. So I'm a blaster coach. No, I'll Kofa or blaster coach. Aba. Now I was at the budget. I opened the Ama blaster no tournament no makushia gwe. I want my bonting. Who to no more to sent. I'm a placards so a disturbing Crawford scent. A Crawford smell. Our traffic him say save Ghana football now. What you save Ghana? I could find I was say Ghana blasters any GF any count. What save a blasters? Right? What save Ghana? So Nana, we should allow this kind of idiots to deceive us. So obi free say GFA nyama nye yi a GFA ehye Ghana mu enam epra free ni ti Akufo-Addo minister ni Akufo-Addo appointee Akufo-Addo na approve our budget. Coach of the Nkoye, Akufo-Addo appointee. Nobody should disturb anybody. Na some Nkrofo bebe kasa na nye Sonko anase Michael Ampon. Nicolas Omane Echampon anase Dan Kwaku Yeboah. They have no moral right to talk about corruption.
Very briefly, because I think contrary to the arguments now, I was encouraged. Mekobi.
Yeah.
Mekobi because you see, I don't want us to believe say two wrongs will make any right. The fact that they were wrong in the past or they have been wrong on certain political inclinations, and the fact that they are right today, doesn't make any justification of when they are wrong, they are wrong. But on this very assignment, a call to duty is a call to duty. Ghana football, I say, the only area Huntoya Adrian say, they don't have to limit themselves to only when football is wrong. Because Sebi, football is a subset of many sports and a subset of Ghana. What you say? Now, if you look at the way even as media practitioners, a championing the cause to say football, Kwabena, we live in a country there is a total distraction. The say, say you journalist for you. No, we say a neck crampon, you see a my home so. Because I'm home so drama time. Meanwhile, they are facing the worst economic crisis in the Akufo-Addo's regime than ever. And that is where many Huntoya agree. But the decision to want to demonstrate against Ketokreku and the GFA, I think is in order. And I give my all to support it because, yes, Ghana football dia. And then Kophobia hijack Ghana football. And more manipulative system to their benefit. And the distraction now Omodia Ghana football yes, the government is part to blame.
National Sports Council.
Just
a second. National Sports Council and National Sports Authority. Yeah. Is it under GFA or under government? It's under government. It's under government. And you know Modi Accra Sports Stadium. Emma MPP boy Stone Boy. Say Onkonko Bosho on one said, Mrekwa has to folk in the club say what Accra you mu free say. Now say ni we are blame one GFA. And the question posted in the Kokore, a GFA on the stadium.
So Sammy,
who built a Sipon stadium?
If I should agree with you, I will agree with you because of say they should have expanded the arguments. What am I saying? It was not supposed to be limited only to GFA.
That's where the politics.
It's Ghana Sports Authority, and the government at large. They have to enlarge the scope. What you say? I say almost limitation to the way and my suspicious say your friend is as I'm jam na sponsor almost sadie against Ketokreku. What must I say? Because the meme can say the limitation na a bare muno. I'm suspicious say they were sponsored by some elements in the MPP, especially Mitie Nicolas Omane Champon. Ni audio bi na in circulation. Osin ko force Akufo-Addo na Ghana football na Akufo-Addo na Ghana football na mum Ketokreku na Ghana football. So it is giving credence to the Huntoka say akwa to say party phobi ena yasoma omo say mon kwa demonstration tia obi a yesusu say onye ye party ba What you say? And also cry so but that notwithstanding,
Akufo supported him.
But that notwithstanding, he supported him. Akufo supported him. Even against Georgia Free. We have said Georgia Free the day before. 7 years. And you know, Sadia na ekoso no. It's a strategic way. Omodi be exonerate Akufo ne kaba no, especially Kenufo atesika na okudi ye. Na Sami Okujeto ablakwa ekote ne to no. And no more person we are diversionary. What must I say? Because Sami Okujeto etimia ma ye hu second for yata kro no or the akora football your friends and funding mu. Emma or the betu dwa kra so akodi ska bia eno kra ni kwansan ke yie. Eno no ena omo person mo diverted the attention from aban. Eti hu say enkomo omo akodi no dem no Nicolas Omane champion obeka he. O say Ghana for nyina adwen say Kufado na say Ghana football. Meanwhile so ket okreku meboa. So the work the arguments are they
listen.
Except say
listen.
Me they champion the cause me no I want to
this cat issue.
Yes, it's a good cause.
Omo beto aba no.
Yeah.
When you say court my injunction
they disobeyed.
Ket Okreku in connivance with the president family.
Yes.
Including the president himself.
And that time, those interviews near me will go. Now, and some Ket a kind clearly. Yeah. When you say Ket at the Ghana ko Egypt. You free Egypt iba 3 matches near the Befi. Ket Eddie Ghana ko Cameroon 4 matches near the Befi. Ket Dieko World Cup 3 matches near the Befi. Ket Dieko Cote d'Ivoire 3 matches. Ket ena ekose sa enkwala wo eye overaged. Say Ghana under 17 female ya ban here 4 years. 4 years. Yes. Yes, 4 years. Cat na kofa nkola no. Wanwa.
Oye coach.
Uya. Kache mama nkama se wan. The odi no ba feel. Oba fe. The odi no ba fe.
But who is that? No, the backstop.
Efino.
Why do you blame Akufo for the
Efino no the sword. What the sword?
The president of Ghana Football Association. He's the president of Ghana Football Association. The backstop with him.
The backstop with him.
Why do you blame Akufo for someone's wrong?
Efino.
Why were people blaming Mahama for doing so?
Efino.
The backstop with him.
Messi Fino no the sword.
Hold on, Massa.
Massa. It goes down to Akufo because one of them. Akufo and minister.
I had your men on your adrenaline. Because you were president of GFA.
Then, minister
na Akufo. Odo abetwene tan otiase o, but so
minister no I appointed for youth and sports no so adwuma say contribution to this and say.
Mami nwie.
Same de okasa omo bia nke bia. Mami de okasa de obi abeka mami nwie. There is there on the fast no say you and you the mom fast.
Ket Okreku is the same person. What the local Black Stars? When you say local Black Stars, akwa aba. Na oyeso oyeno boko. The same Ket Okreku. Ket Okreku ana ade a guy no a friend say Star FM no. Yeah, was say one GFA. Also oye your colleague near in the Wasempa FM. Your friend say huh? Chum. Oh yes, you didn't know Wasempa FM. Ena ono eko kasapa. Ena later obeye. When you say omutimi gange up ama boys ya omu ewo nyina Adam Sadik. Ena sa boys nyina no omu brandi omu say omu ye NDs for boys na omu na chuku eye kwasinya ntachinti boys ni emfri wo. Yes. I don't want to hear omu no. In fact, Afnajan problem no onyaye no na eye politics because Afnajan uncle is an NDC member, then they pushed him out.
Better than a football.
And Niema ketokra kunum aye omo ho no. So the question we ask ne say, yes, ensem wa omo arezi ni nyina no eye saa na tie ana asa enye saa na tie. Look, unimde songo no mo ye. Songo where I have a challenge. Which I think say we are see the songo no mo ye no asia be so omo akon because yati kroma na me was FM me ko didi wo eye giaje a presenter ho na Sani Diara
yeah Sani
okay say incident no Sani Diara ene akwa no I am say ye akwa no chronicle kwasia yi me refi ni din ena I am say na ye boafo ka ho ena omo no coach Sani Diara say onko kan kire FIFA ene CAF say President Mills no person interfere with Ghana football atoye mu wono ano say me to omo achi ni di fufu so recording ni bedi mi ho inti me sore ya mbedu asempa fa mbe ya adwuma no omo to odi fufu na tape no obo no mko report me ma National Media Commission ena ye so ngo num bedi di President Mills atem say NDC di omo treat asemo ko Ghana football so na wo do nsa eka eye GFA Ghana football FIFA best sanction here and now pa this morning me fresh songo me ni no phone na mbusa ne say there
yes sanction
ye what say there ne nke sanction ye
2 years
if you say on mine ball asay in fact another pre asmo kan ye nra e parliament no say president enyi ket no na omodi kai akwa ye hu meeting dada sa ekwa bia so no omo beyi eye ket everywhere kohwe ekwa ya omo de randia benum enam so e wo ho. And the reason why Randia Benum they are not functioning, a cat or kreku. One na yes adiano. So a nipa bakope. Why do they say ube destroy football no? And so they on to no. Aye kwasi nyantachi saboni ya wotwato ho. Ana kwasia wei. Cat no kwasia wei. Was ono so abesom
no this.
And what decide say obe say ye football no one nante akonti sa how say be jiska ko tournament no aka tell me jiska ni wia na me mabebu nkunta e de akere o say jiska no me did ese president no so eye kromfo Akufo-Addo ye kromfo enti no ate ase munko dimra sabe ya ono so ne wo fa ase no ne ma ebenyo omo de atre no omo ba no maka chom se monko kan chom say $9 million omo use $1 million no omo che $8 million no. So this guy is just an MPP pon and omo na kwese GFA. And yet the first time ono no ebem no say so mo to about GFA na appointment. So they use money and this and how can get so be bu a court direction so say a ma injunction na ketokra ku say ono one tiasie they should go ahead omo to aba president amene ketokra ku kwasia we etetagu yeso fucking boy we. Thank you. Live on Accra 100.5. Mamiya Juma Bimra.
Police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa, Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense Swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yariantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a whole car. No, Yamwa suing no, a boy who buy every home. And now one pa, one dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kaisi, and you may move Bia Yato in row at 0246 20 8496. MDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Cratch, what you must say, ye.
Lincoln Professional Institute ɛyɛ sukuu pɔn bi a yɛkyerɛ ɔdesua bibiara de ɛma na adwene mu ɛbɔbew programs ayɛyɛ no baako ɛne advances business certificate examinations ABCE emu no courses ayɛwɔfa ɛyɛ diploma in business administration, diploma information technology IT nyɛ tɔso abien ɛyɛ general business certificate examinations ɛyɛ GBCE saa nso ne yɛyɛ classes for WASI ɛsan yɛ WASI remedials enti osukuu di bi a wɔntwa ne WASI nsɔhwɛ no betumi aba bɛyɛ WASI remedials ɛwɔ yɛn asoɛ asɛmde ne sɛ yɛyɛ wayɛ biometric registration ni nyinaa wɔ ha mfi ha nkɔ baabi a yɛbɛyɛ biribiara ma wɔgye new mfaso a ɛwɔ ABCE ɛne GBCE programs ayɛyɛ no ɛma wakwanya ɛma wonya admission ɛkɔ level 200 ɛwɔ university bia wobɛnya nimdeɛ a wiase nyinaa gya atom a ɛfata sɛ wobɛtwa wɔn nsɔhwɛ Lincoln Professional Institute de yɛwɔ akyerɛkyerɛfo a wɔn adwene mu abɔbew a wɔnim de yɛn school fees de ɛyɛ fofofo yɛsɛn gyina mu bua ma wonya admission wo university yɛma wo free career guidance and academic counseling yɛwɔ hostel facility mamia ne mmarima ne boyɛ fo enti baabi a wɔde wuti bɛto de enwene ho bio Lincoln Professional Institute ɛwɔ Madina Rolling Circle Accra nkyerɛkyerɛmu bi afrɛ yɛn 0243 530 917 ana 0241 240 688 and 0576 046 421
say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no me ho kra dweme say enu nti no manya award a eye world best obia transe ema dompem ya de ka say anase mo boya de enkan nto dem bio
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic esanyar want to say ne ekuro etu no ne enkan ewo nanum oba na be mo pa wo ene enyar wan kaye
nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no Greenfield adoromenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic ewo ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machines are associated with the Muankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. Infienso ni mu adada nkwa. Infienso ni aproye ne ketase hye dwirim adokrome. Infienso ni mu ahokyere nso nkwa. Emra so se ye besesem. Ni edi ni daso papa. Ni ahotopa abro manfo nyina. Enye okokromuti nkwa ho. Ye ya wa hoden ene wo moa. Wenti ni edi good governance card GGC ebre Ghana fo nyina. Good governance card ni ma wakonya a wode okakra beboa ama yede John Dramani Mahama ni NDC ababio. Good governance card no die obotom tie bia no wo benya bi. Contribute
a night of miracles and prophecies ediaba and centralene enkomse. Theme adasuni God is able. Reverend Sumfianko awieyei onyame de ne yan centralene a enda fom kra da kwantru kwan bebre biebie ama nipa dodo na wo motu kwan ne awokata na abraboni enkoyie mfama no wotimi tu kwan ekọ America memu de na wade ya say ende wanya wade papa afi de na ope promotion ewa adwuma mu a impo wo de list ba na ne din kan Nyankopon hye ne die ne onyam am ye promote no wo adwuma mu obi so ye chine kun wo bra na onye boni bia na so no ebra wote Reverend Sumfianko nka pe onyame ayi ni kun afiri ohawa na owo mu bra na wabrabo enye sada kwasiada wei ane kwasiada bia 4 p.m. ewo Old Ashorman Coca-Cola Abloje Ashorman Abukobi Kwanos Fred 0240 545700 050 4678868 and on Facebook Reverend Sumfianko Osabakaye na uni ye dinkomo shane suro se wo ba wudi nsuo ane oyel ane beba Reverend Sumfianko wonyame de wo yansa nkyerane ampa
Wabatele Accra FM ya mami.
Right, live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. We are back here. Mamina munya juma bi kakra bi atifu amotemenka. Na yasinim die yefano bi nchen. Mene ora barata akafi. Ona yesi o Edema Cracks Training Institute. Mene ewofia eno ora Charles Mensa programs manager so ewofia say Uncle Cracks barata akwaba. Ejoso. Boko de. Good. Uncle Charles. Bibi Adam. Eseye. Yes, ye. The radiase. But unim adewe mumbwa me kakra. Enye se bia mabon. Cracks. What is the meaning of the cracks?
Oh, okay. So cracks there above some kakra. But cracks simply means the first or the foremost. So we are just trying to portray, say, we are a premier institution when it comes to education.
Oh, okay, okay. So Cracks Training Institute. What is it?
So we are a professional training institute.
Put your microphone.
Okay. We are a professional training institute. We offer various professional courses, IT courses, and courses that allow you to have some knowledge, especially after you started work and all that. So generally, that's what we do.
Cracks Training Institute.
By trying.
Okay.
There were different categories of courses.
Okay.
There were courses for children, coding, IT coding, that's one category.
IT coding. What is IT coding?
Oh, coding is something, a programming language, a BA, especially in Kola, almost start here. If you've been listening to the news, this year will be a friend AI, artificial intelligence. Coding will be a structural code, a power.
Okay, so you're going to say Kola 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years.
Yes, I would say from 5 years upwards.
From 5 years
upwards. They can start learning coding.
Where they use tablets.
Exactly. So instead of letting them watch YouTube all day long, they can actually start learning something on programming, how the internet works and computers works and all that.
No. Just how they are calling school and
for now, no, yes. But we are working on our online platforms. Wherever you are, you can also join these kind of things. Aye.
Cracks Training Institute.
Yes. Then we have some for teenagers, young adults, especially we also have some courses tailored towards them. And then the final category are the working class, especially those who've started work for a long time or shut down school back. So those ones are generally professional courses that they do as continuous professional development to help them to stay in touch. Exactly.
I see.
Exactly.
But so which means Cracks Training Institute is about IT.
And not just IT, we do other professional courses as
like
well.
What?
Oh, we do courses in human resource, procurement and logistics, oil and gas, data analysts. So we do a lot of IT courses, but we do other digital markets. We do other things as well. Exactly.
Financial auditor.
Yes. I'm interested.
Yes. So
I'm interested. Trust me.
Very good.
I'm interested.
We are happy you are interested.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm very, very, very much interested. Cracks Trading Institute.
Yes. But this afternoon, what brought us here is a course we call the ABC.
And one but you see, when you don't get the fundamentals right,
yes.
So what is the ABCE program?
Okay.
ABCE.
Yes. So Advanced Business Certificate Examination.
Advanced
Business
Certificate Examination. Okay.
So, but senior wasi you should have heard of ABC because they are all from WAEC. This ABC program we are talking about is not our corner shop we are going to pick and bring. It's actually a WAEC certified program. It's a diploma program. And ABC has two main advantages. Number one, so Ucho ABC now, because it's a diploma program, with their page.
Okay.
Yes, so a lot of the security services entry requirements.
Is it recognized in Ghana?
Yes, this is a WAEC certified exam.
Okay.
So not only in Ghana, even in West Africa.
Okay.
And even WAEC is so reputable that even outside of Africa, some organizations will actually take it.
Okay.
Into one, which with their page, entry requirement into a lot of fire service, customs, police. If you have an ABC certificate, you can start an entry level position in these organizations. A lot of private organizations accept it because if you have an ABC certificate, you move from just a wasi lever. You are one level. You are just below an HND.
Oh, okay.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
So, in fact, the second advantage is that anyone who has the ABC certification can go to level 200 of the university. When you apply to the university, you don't go to level 100. You
go to level 200.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
Yes. And we've been running this for a while.
And a lot of
so from SHS, we about ABC.
Yeah, so normally what happens to them is that ABR results now and say ABR maths be anani, English be anani, science be anku. So normally what they will do is they'll take a year and rewrite that subject and then wait and then apply the next year. What we are saying is that that's sort of a waste of time. As you rewrite that subject, add the ABC to it. Which means that when you pass this two, you are going to level 200. You skip the level 100.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So you don't have to be, your 1 year being in the house is not going to be at waste. You're actually learning to fill that gap of the 1 year you weren't able to go to the university.
I see.
And to go level 200. And
so tell me, for how long an ABC system?
ABC program has been a system for about 30 years.
Wow.
Yes. So because WAEC doesn't make a lot of noise about it, a lot of people don't know about it. But ABC. Those who know about it, it is. And another category of people who like the ABC a lot are in Kwabena, to be JSS and SHS. Then they forgot about school. Wakoye Juma, Sisia, Utunya Kuninka Cribia.
Big man.
Yes, I big man, one own shop, one own something. But you have an educational level to be cash because we JSS. So these categories of people can also come and write the ABC program as matured entrance and get a diploma in either business administration or diploma in IT.
I see.
Yes, and if they decide that they also want to continue their tertiary journey, they can use that same certification to apply, go to 200 within 3 years, not a degree. Of a Kwabena masters are face or cry. Then now they become a well-rounded. Exactly.
The more you do.
Yes.
The more you do.
The whole idea of the ABC is don't let your tertiary dream die. Into you shank of a baby and what's in what sure. Second World War, Third World War, and sometimes forget the WASI route and then come and do the ABC route.
Okay, Messi Abawo, but my main call Ora Charles Mensa, programs manager. Uncle Charles, so with the ABC, you know, normally I know about the WAEC, especially resetting. What is so good about the ABC?
The ABC program, no. It is so good, say, because it's an accredited professional diploma from WAEC. Before Uber Cracks Training Institute, our yes program where you come out with either diploma in business administration or diploma in information technology.
But now the person when you say, what is so good about it? Say, oh, wait, they make me a chat. What do I say? Wait, they me ABC no emugo, and I met more. I'm met me a chat. What is so good about it?
Oh, okay.
Because I know it's a normal lecture. They come to school, they register, they come to school. But at least there must be something.
Oh, okay. With ABC, you know, I have 5 subjects.
Oh, okay.
Just 5 subjects. And at Cracks Training Institute, you were experienced lecturers on bed show courses now, you would understand.
Okay. So the 5 subjects, which means you have the laxity to absorb.
Exactly.
Yes.
So instead of doing 8 for WASI,
you're coming to do 5 for ABC.
5.
Okay.
So that also, and also a lot of room for you to be able to pick it up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it is just 5 subjects. So Uber Cracks Training Institute, Ubenya diploma in business administration and now diploma in information technology within just 1 year.
I see.
Yes.
But I'm on for Trucha.
In fact, I don't know the statistics now, but 2 or 3 years when you go to, for example, UPSA, it was one of the main courses for UPSA. And you know, UPSA usually had workers and semi-workers plus students. So
I see.
A lot of them went with ABC, GBC instead of WASI.
You are telling me. Anyway, Charles, continue.
Yes, so it's good. So with this program, I have just 5 subjects. So within a space of 1 year, latest by September, you'll be done with the ABC. And with the ABC qualification, you can be able to enter into the university, not just level 100, but level 200.
I see.
Yes. And at Cracks Training Institute, you were free internet facility for students.
That is also another important.
So if in case they have to do their research assignment,
but so me person me try the ABC here. Cracks Training Institute.
Yes.
that's where I should come.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Maybe we have
free Wi-Fi. Voice.
We make sure that every student that can log onto the main central system to more free internet access within the premises of the school. And we also have very small class sizes. So uko baby a pack your 70, 80 in a room. We are not doing that. Our class sizes are maximum 15 people in a room. So,
15.
Yeah. So we have time for you, and we make sure that, and we also offer them career guidance. Sometimes our young ones are confused. Truth be told.
Why?
They don't know where they want to pass. Who said no, you're doctor, no, you're businessman, but their own talent does not go that route.
So Ibrahim Mahama. You don't want to be like Ibrahim.
No, you want to be like him, but do you have the traits, the natural traits to do what he does? I get it. You could do something else and he will support you and you excel at it.
Right,
So sometimes you want to advise them small things, their own self. I have an IT background. Sometimes we are trying to talk to them. Can you consider this? Can you consider that? This side also has a lot of potential, but we look at them holistically. So at the end of the day, because we are also investing in them. When they do well, our institution also goes forward. So it's a holistic thing. We want them to be able to chart their educational pathway clearly. So now they can be confident and be able to go ahead and not think that the educational dream is dying. Exactly.
Okay. Chaze, maybe they come on my
Cracks Training Institute and students, we also give them free course material, soft copy.
Wow.
Yes. Benefits, no, but Cracks Training Institute in the adults mean to me. We have hostel facilities as well.
Hostel facilities?
Yes. So
which means be a nipano. Okay, then I want to stay with the school or that access. But you're not free.
And free.
Can you free water? Free water. Free water. Free light. Anyway.
One of the free things we also offer is so what you are seeing now. Any core subject to rewrite at Cracks Training, we will offer the tuition for you for free.
Okay.
Then you will do the ABC program.
Wow.
And no, it's not free. So if you failed any of your core WASI
English, maths, and science, so that they'll get it, and social, you get it right.
Yes, any of those courses. If you come to Cracks Training, you'll do it for free.
No electives,
as long as you are doing the ABC program.
Free for the core subjects. The English, maths, and social.
Cracks
with the free, no external free.
No, we say like I finish no, we say come and pay. It's very exciting.
Exactly,
very exciting. I think Cracks Training Institute come across with very exciting stuff.
And ABC, if you are a worker, we have evening sessions. If you are a student, we have daytime sessions for you. So again, the flexibility is always there. We are trying to introduce as much ICT into the whole system to make it flexible for them. Some people actually join online on Zoom. Classes are recorded, they can listen to it later. And in fact, we are also very strict on discipline, especially the young ones. So when they come, their parents bring them. Your system are almost clocking in all the time. One back school 1 or 2 days, an email is sent to your mother to say, hey, Ejaku hasn't stepped in touch for 2 days.
But I found more.
But I will just opposite the sports stadium.
So I just send the NDK Financial Service.
Exactly.
NDK. Oh, where I say actually, That's my Bobie. But my contact is in your friend.
If I show you, it's your number is 055 222 16.
055 222 another 22
good
16.
Beautiful. 2 near Baku 5.
All right.
So you can either call or WhatsApp this number.
Okay. All right. So I tell from a someone for number way 055 222 2216 055 22 216 055 22 216. All right, so Cracks Training Institute Thank you so much.
Mr. Charles Mensah be receive.
All right. Okay. So we receive Charles Mensah. I say in the month from Sisi and I'm no more in Komo. How far Montias you know? You can call them. Exactly. They will explain it to you.
Exactly.
Most working class. I'm one person. Most Montias here. They will still explain it to you. 05522222216 Barata Akafi CEO Charles Mensah Programs Manager Cross Training Institute. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show Friday. Thank God it's Friday. That's how we do it any day, any time. There is no beer. All right, so that's it. Yeah. Whee! Tongo Zimba. Hey! Bobie Ansah, thank you so much for joining us.